Hello, everyone, and welcome to Old World. This is Siontific. Welcome back to another 1v1 tournament match in the 2025 Community Tournament. In this game, we have Blaj as the Hittites versus Sabertooth. This is part 2 of a round 1 match. And with me today is new content creator for Old World, Anarchos. He's going to be co-commentating, and he caught the first half. I did not catch the first half of this game, so he's going to give us a little bit of a summary of what's been going on so far. Anarchos, say hello.
For sure. Hi, I'm Anarchos. Thank you, Scientific, for the introduction. So I did watch the first part of this game. I was reviewing it a bit last night just to kind of see where we're at on the game state. Currently, right now, what we're looking at is there was a significant skirmish up in the site in the north central site here for Azeti Wataya. So there was actually, it was looking a little close. It looked like Sabertooth might have been able to push in and contend for this site. But Blaj was actually able to rush Settler in. So there were some economy problems on the side of Egypt. Things are starting to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like currently at the moment there's quite a bit of a military advantage for the Hittites. They have 200 more military score than their opponent. It doesn't look like they have their unique unit up, so we only have 3 laws for the Hittites. However, there are 6 for Egypt, so we are about to enter 8 strength power spike territory for these guys. He is rushing out a couple of light chariots, which are really great. I do remember when I did a quick peek at this game, I think he just got this free ballista as well off of Composite. So
that's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
Go ahead.
On the last turn, Blaj, the Hittites, had actually advanced these slingers in towards Gessi.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's just posturing or if he's actually going to like aggress upon Gessi. But Sabertooth does have a couple 6 strength unique units guarding, including the tactician leader.
Yeah, what do we have? We have a commander on the Hittites. That doesn't look like a good spot because just one of these light chariots can do 10 damage to these slingers.
Yeah.
So that's a massive disadvantage there. That's a little bit too bold on the part of Blaj here. He probably, let's take a look. Yeah, see, this is one of the things that can get you sometimes with his power score. If we hover over Egypt from the Hittite perspective, Egypt is currently weaker. So that can trick you a little bit into thinking that, hey, I'm winning this battle and I'm going to move up. But yeah, man, these chariots are just going to do a number against Hittite forces.
Absolutely, yeah. I think for me, watching the video, it seemed like tensions would cool a little bit after the battle for the city in the north center there. So I was surprised to see Blaj push. So I don't know if he's thinking that he might have an advantage here and potentially be trying to push in with his commander. I think he was researching spears as well.
Right.
And he does have those. So he might be looking to maybe upgrade some of these warriors into spears and try to push. But I think there is actually a really good chance of Sabertooth stabilizing on the back end here and being able to push out those unique units. So it's hard to say how it's going to go if Blaj pulls the trigger on aggression. It could be a strategic error at this point. We'll have to see how they play through.
Yeah, definitely. The timing of unique units is... Whoop, I just linked the wrong thing to somebody. Would you do me a favor, since I have control of the camera here? Just link my YouTube on the general channel and say that we're live. If you don't mind tabbing out real quick. Yeah, it's definitely one of the tricky situations, that unique unit timing. And it's actually kind of nice, really, because it allows each nation to have like their distinct identity on the field. Like the Hittites are going to get their heavies out. Egypt is going to get their light chariots out. So it's really cool that sometimes a battle can really be decided by these unique units, but you really kind of need to play around them when you're kind of in a tense spot like this, because just a couple of them, literally two lancers, can eliminate a slinger. And one other thing that normally takes when you're in a more even fight, normally it takes about 3 or 4 attacks to kill one single unit when armies are even. So if you're in a position where your enemy is able to take out units in half the number of attacks, which is half the number of orders, half the number of units, all that stuff, it's a really bad spot to be in. And this is plenty of open territory to advantage both unique units in this map.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like Patty, 3 laws active right now.
Well, I've got to take a look at where he is in the tech tree. We're looking at the Hittites right here. We don't have divination at all. And what turn are we on? Turn 51, no divination. That's a bit of a setback there, but it does look like we... What was our tech path here? Probably stone cutting first. That's what it looks like. It looks like we had a pretty slow pace overall here on this tech tree. Stone cutting took 10 turns. Trapping also took 10 turns. What did we start with opening archetype? Let's take a look at that. We started with
Zealot.
A zealot. Oh, that'll explain that. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a significant science advantage on the side of Sabertooth for almost the entirety of the first part. I believe... I'm trying to remember who he started with. Can't quite remember, but I know even just looking at science, like Egypt still has an advantage at 54, Blaj is 49, but Blaj is getting back up there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a stat comparison real quick as well. Well, it looks like our players are getting kind of back into the game. We do have a pause timer, but it's pretty common when you take a break to do the first turn with the timer pause to get your head back into the game. Just one more second. Okay. So yeah, quick run around for stats here. Let's take a look. National wealth, we have a much wealthier Hittites. That's good for them. We have significantly more specialists for the Hittites as well. Does he have landowners in the game? Probably. Yes, that's probably a result of some rurals. Let's take a look at that breakdown real quick. 2 farmers, 3 miners, 4 stonecutters, 2 ranchers, 2 trappers. Yeah, the majority of that is orders. Still twice as many specialists as Sabertooth, so that probably helped catch him up in science a great deal. We have 9 workers to Sabertooth, 8 to Blaj, so even there. Military unit production. The Hittites currently have 15 more units. Sorry, not 15 more units. They've created 15 units in this game so far. Egypt created 8. Egypt, 3 of those, however, is 3 light chariots, which are very high-value units compared to nothing but slingers and warriors so far off Blaj. So he's going to need a unit upgrade pretty quickly here.
Yeah, sorry, just to chime in, there was a little bit of an issue on the side of Sabertooth in the initial part where he was able to produce his 6 strength units, but his economy, he actually was almost running at all 0.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
Yeah. He kind of turned around to create those units and realized, oh, I don't have any resources. So that delayed things a bit for him for sure. Also, there is a city site that's been sitting vacant right along the coast in the northeast a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And also with Sabertooth, there is, I believe, a Grand Vizier, and Menefer in the south has been on autonomous rule for the majority of the game.
Yes, it looks like we got Zenobia. Definitely a good grab, as her stats are just insane, and certainly not a bad Grand Vizier, but it definitely removes your ability to focus your empire. So I definitely understand that pick, but it can set you back in the long run. He does have a settler ready to come up and grab this site, which is nice.
Yeah, thanks to the Grand Vizier, I think. I think she remembered to produce a settler for that site.
All right. Yeah, looking good here. I think this match definitely has the ability to reach a conclusion in this round. Even just grabbing one of these light chariots, it has the ability to do 4 damage to a city. So you just get enough of these and wipe out the units in the field, and then you can just start blitzing into your opponent's territory with little they can do about it. We do have phalanx on the Hittites, so we have the ability to upgrade these warriors to more spears, which certainly would be the play. Although, unbeknownst to Blaj, Sabertooth is 2 turns away from steel, so he'll be able to get some axes into the field as well. And of course, he already has composite, so he has those archers coming online. Yep. Let's take a look at this mini tree here. Yep, so composite bow for a Sabertooth. Military drill for both. Steel is going to be on Sabertooth shortly. Phalanx for both. Navigation for both. So yeah, definitely seems like there's a clear advantage tech-wise for Sabertooth here. Sabertooth has divination, aristocracy, and monasticism, while Blaj has none of those 3 technologies. So yeah, he's a little bit behind here.
Yeah.
So strong position for Egypt in this match. Classic historical matchup, Egypt versus the Hittites. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, very cool. And we do have a tactician on the throne, and the other one is a commander at the moment. Both pretty decent stats. Wow. The tactician is boosted. This is amazing.
Yeah, the tactician is a beast.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that's incredible. 6, 3, 5, 3. Not really the best strength in total, but still, those are great stats.
Yeah.
Wow. Love to see it. All right, let's take a look if chat is up and running. We have comments saying at the last part, Egypt was retreating. Well, Egypt is still currently weaker. Oh, no, they're back to similar now on this turn. Yep, and we have engagement in the center of the map. Yep, 2 slingers dead.
Yeah, Sabertooth clearing out this advance of the slingers.
This is not looking... This could be a very, very quick conclusion, to be honest, because short of protecting himself in these woods up north, or potentially down south, I'm not really sure what you're going to be able to do in the face of a band of mounted lancers. Let's take a look at this damage that you can do on a lancer in return. 7 damage, that's not too bad. So spears are still good here, but...
Yeah.
This spear is sitting on an urban, and we still do 5 damage to it. So once this spear steps out into the flatland, into the open, they'll basically be doing 7 damage to each other. So a spear is effectively running even with these light chariots. And then, of course, the issue is the ballista coming up from behind.
Yes. And it looks like Sabertooth is building a road to try to connect to what is obviously going to be the front line here. The game will likely be decided in the center here. And yeah, kind of as you said, I think if Blaj does decide to advance forward into this open field, it could be very, very quick as far as that skirmish.
And this is one of the reasons why I love the chariot, because it's so much faster. It's so fast that even if the Hittites decide to turtle up in this north city or turtle up in the south city, you can just send the chariots wherever your opponent isn't, including, if you wanted to, take a risk, take 3 or 4 of them and blitz directly ahead and go past this whole nonsense. Go past this whole front line. Send your ballista in here with your spears and such to work on this stuff while you just send like a gang of 4 chariots to the back line and disrupt unit production. That would be devastating.
Just marauders just ripping through their territory. Looks like Hadi is producing, they're kind of split between military production right now. So I don't know if they're expecting the game to get pushed into like a later stage.
Definitely like that.
Frontline obviously producing
Go ahead. Yeah, I definitely like that he's building a bunch of military units.
Yeah.
So it does make sense to try and juggle a little bit one way or the other, because if the game doesn't end, then you don't want to fall behind just because you spent all your build queue building slingers. But it's a really tricky spot. His economy is fantastic, though. He's making he's making over 50 of all of the 3 major resources, which is nice. He's just going to have to
very solid.
protect it.
Yeah.
And don't worry about talking over me. I'll stop whenever you decide to pick up. If you allow me, I'm just going to talk for most of this. So whenever you interject, I'll just stop talking. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay.
Great civics income for the Hittites. Always love to see that. That's pretty common with this faction. But 126 civics coming in per turn. That's going to give you that rush potential, which is really nice and crucial in this type of arena.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if Blaj is thinking at all about moving towards producing his unique units. Like, I know right now he's researching steel, which does make sense to try to fortify the front line or kind of add some potency to an advance, but probably at this point should be thinking about laws.
I would like to see it. There's enough flat, open terrain. Obviously, your opponent has spears, and you hate to see that when your unique unit is a melee horse. However, you are researching steel, so you'll be able to bring in axes to deal with those. And then when it comes on a head-to-head matchup between the mounted lancer, the light chariot and the heavy chariot in open flatland will actually do more damage because the mounted bonus that horses get in flatland only applies to melee. So a heavy chariot would actually, in a 1v1 matchup, would actually beat a light chariot as long as you can reach them.
Right. Yeah.
So I would like to see, I think Blaj would benefit here from getting another law. I just don't see, he'd have to get aristocracy. He just got divination, so aristocracy would be up next. Aristocracy is in the deck, so he could grab that now. It's a tough call between axes and the unique unit when spears are in the field.
Yeah, and I feel like he will get a chance for a late border boost, which could help out a lot once he grabs aristocracy. So I wonder if he's going to just focus on military.
Yeah. Yeah. So interesting here. You do a little bit more damage in flat, even against spears. So, wouldn't be end of the world given the terrain of this battlefield to bring in heavies.
Yeah.
Especially now that we can see a ballista. Definitely would want a heavy chariot to deal with that. You get an extra 50% combat damage versus that thing if you were on a chariot.
Right. Yeah. And I'm seeing they're now showing as similar in power.
Mm-hmm.
So that may put the brakes on. I find even just watching all these games, it really comes down to timing attacks. I think, you've seen it, and we see it in every game that we're watching is, obviously they don't know for sure when they have the advantage, but being able to kind of judge and just go for it and decide, okay, now's the time to push. So I'll be curious to see who senses that the time to push.
Yes, it's singularly the hardest skill to develop, I think, in this format for sure. It's like the hardest thing because there's 2 different ways to get it wrong. You either go in too soon and you lose, or you take too long, you're too cautious, in which case your opponent gets a key technology or gets time to position themselves and react to what you're doing. And both can be absolutely devastating. And it's interesting because it's essentially two completely different things and reasons why the assault will fail. So it's almost like you have to absorb enough game knowledge to know when an attack is too early, but also how much kind of time you have left. So in Blaj's case, for example, one very easy thing to look at here is always keep track of these laws, because the closer your opponent gets to 7 laws, that's the closer they are to an 8 strength unit, which means you're on the clock. Because if you're nowhere near 7 laws or nowhere near your own 8 strength unit, well, then that's going to become a massive problem in the battlefield. Regardless of what the unit is, even if it's a heavy chariot and you have an army of spears, it's still an 8 strength unit.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if Blaj is going to try to just focus on raw teching units and not looking at unique units, he's a long way off from being able to match any of the 8 strength units coming out of Egypt.
Yes. So it is lucky that, spears still will do enough damage even once these things upgrade to 8 strength. But the only problem there is once they do, man, Lance or 8 strength units that can just go all across the map. Look how far these Lancers can go. It's massive. And that's not even including force march. You force march this and you can double it.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, one of the other things overlooked about this particular unit. When we play with double fatigue forced march setting, that limits the total range of all of our units. We lose that infinite force march setting that we're able to use maybe in a single player format if you play with that setting. So by having an extra fatigue on the heavy chariot, that actually gives them 2 extra fatigues when they're force marching, because their whole fatigue range is doubled.
Right.
It means it's very easy for them to go anywhere, and God forbid you get Swift or a Zealot on the throne, and then it's just this one unit could probably clear this entire map with a Swift Zealot. Yeah, 100%. I'm completely confident that a mounted Lancer could clear this whole map if he were on a Swift Zealot.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing about Hattie also, at the end of the previous session, there was a succession and there was a choice for Queen Harapsili between Commander and Zealot. And he did go for Commander in this spot. I feel like Zealot would have been a bit of a better choice to get that training rush ability in the cities.
100%. It's I don't want to give Mohawk any funny ideas here, but it's almost a little too good, because in addition to the training, right, the rushing capability, which is immensely powerful, imagine the ability to plop a Zealot on a spear and give you the off chance of being able to enlist these light chariots.
Absolutely. And with the Civic production that Hattie's putting out,
exactly,
like that could completely derail sort of the win condition.
100%. In this type of arena, I mean, again, I don't want. It's one of my favorite archetypes. I certainly don't want it to get nerfed. And of course, a tactician could shut it down. You could stun that Zealot and keep your eyes out indefinitely for the Zealot to stun it. So there are ways to work around it. But man, Enlist is just an incredibly, amazingly powerful ability that. You already have 800 civics. You're making 130 civics per turn. That means you can enlist every 4 turns or less.
Yes. Yes.
Completely turning the tide of a battle that you would be losing.
Yeah. Yeah, and potentially tilting Sabertooth as well. Because if I was playing against that and my win condition was kind of focusing on my unique units, which I have my advantage on.
Yeah.
If I start losing those units, I think it's pretty easy to let that game plan just spiral out.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you have the time pressure. It's definitely way more tense in a head-to-head matchup. It's not even just multiplayer. It's like, the only win condition is basically whoever wins the first or final major conflict, right?
For sure. It's blood. Blood is the only way to win.
Yeah.
So it's tense. Absolutely.
So there's a lot of pressure.
Match, I felt that too. For sure. It's a completely different experience.
Yeah. It has been interesting though because some players have been playing it safe and turtling up, and that can work
Hmm.
as long as your opponent is doing the same thing, and most importantly, you're keeping pace with them. But if they start
Right.
getting ahead, um, even if they're not coming to kill you, well then your only option is to just sit back and let them win. So like eventually,
Yeah.
it's going to come to conflict.
Yeah. Yeah. And I find just from watching the matches, often when both players are equalizing each other, where they have advantages in maybe different areas, but they kind of even out, it really comes down to battlefield tactics.
Yes.
And so it's kind of your opponent will make a mistake, and that's going to end up being the game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas right now in this game state, I don't feel like we're quite at that really precarious balance. I think my suspicion is that Sabertooth is going to try to just hold off, posture defensively, and yeah, really try to push the advantage of the ballista and the unique
So
units.
this is an interesting decision here. We're taking Polis when Battle Line is in the deck, and I don't feel like we really need maces, but boy, having maces as an opportunity coming down the pipeline in, a dozen turns or so would be pretty awesome, I think.
That could, I mean, that could define his position.
Yes.
I wonder what maybe the thinking
Oh,
is
we
moving
have
towards forestry.
speaking of zealots. Speaking of zealots on the throne, when you
Oh,
have lancers, we have a zealot on the throne.
there we go.
So
Queen Nefertari, the new.
let's take another look at this. This is now the new
Ruthless.
range of
Oh wow.
a mounted lancer. We can go from behind Gessi to 6 tiles behind Maladaya. Crazy. And that's again for those watching without force marching. So this one unit could force march all the way to the capital. This is, in fact, that's exactly where the double fatigue force march would end. We can literally get from Gessi. We could put all of our mounted lancers right here, right? Oh, they're not mounted; they're light chariots, and this is why this is my favorite unit in the game. I'm not necessarily saying it's the best unit in the game, but it's certainly my favorite. We have a zealot on the throne, we have the extra fatigue, and you can literally take 4 units right now as long as you have the orders. And we're making 29 orders, so 3 units would take. Oh, is this working funny? That's weird. Well, anyway, you could probably get 3 units all the way to the capital, just blitz out the capital, and then what is your opponent going to do? His entire army is 30 tiles away.
Yeah.
Look at how far the slingers can get, and the warriors. It's like, so just have fun. Especially this map is perfect for that type of tactic. And some maps have, choke points or waterways and things like that. So you can't do that all the time, but that's why I love this unit.
Yeah, I think that's one of the sort of defining things about this map is this wide open plain right in the center.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the unique units on either side, yeah, it's going to make for some really interesting tactical decisions. And like back in Hadia itself, there's a few militia, but they look like they're actually moving their way to the front. So I mean, if Sabertooth decided to just bomb in and maraud, it would be really difficult to answer.
If nothing else, and that's the other thing, even if you essentially in the long run just maybe toss a couple of those units away because they do get killed, think of the logistics and the chaos that's going to cause for your opponent.
For sure. And even like affecting the mental state. I think like, playing in games, there is that tension of like who's going to really push in to draw first blood, who's going to show themselves as the aggressor. And I think as soon as you become aggressed upon it yeah, it can change your mindset of like, okay, right now I'm turtling up, I'm developing, I'm moving towards my own goals. Suddenly your plans are completely derailed.
Yes.
And you're in a position where you're only responding from that point. And I find that can be that spiral.
Of course. And that's actually one of the things. When I first started getting into multiplayer for the first time last year, I did pretty well for myself. I won a few games in a row. And as I started getting a sense of the format and the arena, the head-to-head duels, all the games I was playing was over cloud. I wasn't really playing network games. I realized something that I essentially ended up sharing with Alcaris when we were talking about dueling and metas and things like this. I basically realized that you don't actually have to win the game. You just need to get your opponent to surrender. And those are two very different things. Posturing, making it seem like you're more powerful or in a better position than your opponent, than you actually are, can sometimes get your opponent to quit.
For sure.
The mental game is just as important as the tactical game. Morale is just important. That's why I've appreciated some of the games so far where certain players have fallen behind, and win or lose, they've stuck it out for a long time, because sometimes, in my experience, I have seen players surrender games that I thought I was actually going to lose.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like even in this tournament, I've seen positions where, there are surrenders occurring where maybe there was a chance,
Right.
but it is that sort of more morale. I think it gets to a point where, a player may say to themselves, okay, I'll push here. And if I lose this skirmish or I lose this front, then I'm ready to concede, right? Like it gets you into that mindset of just kind of being ready to throw in the towel. And I feel like that's a really big part of what can decide these games.
Yes. Yes, 100% for sure. And that's another thing that comes down to kind of a game sense of knowing what is possible and what the players are capable of, because there are some games that I think have probably even gone a little bit longer than maybe they should have. Of course, I want players to stay in the game and try to fight it out and try to win as best they can, but there are some games where it's like I've looked at the game state and been like, oh man, I would have surrendered 10 turns ago, because there's just there's no recovery, right? But even that will come from experience. It's like if you're new to multiplayer or you're new to this experience, the dual format, it can be hard to gauge when you're even just as hard as it is to gauge when you're in the lead. It can actually be just as difficult to gauge when you're officially out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is just nightmarish. These lancers on these hills back at the city can they can reach every single city in the Hittite land right now with a force march. Wait, hold on. Am I right about that? I think they can't get to the very last one down here. Yeah, they can just barely get to Hapinsk down in the southwest. But otherwise, they could force march to literally any single city in the Hittite Empire right now. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
It is, and I wonder, it would be absolutely thrilling and so entertaining to see that kind of push. That takes a lot of nerve too, though.
Yeah, no, I would love to see it. That would make my day. I don't suspect that we'll see that level of boldness here, but that's the type of stuff that I'll be honest, I certainly would do that. Because also think about it this way, right? It's like your opponent has warriors and slingers, right? And look down at Hapalia in the center of the Hittite, or just about the center, or Tuanua, right?
Yeah.
There's so many woods. So you could put 3 6-strength chariots in the woods around these cities and just disable that city entirely.
Yeah.
And then if the opponents show up, what do? You just jump to the next city.
Just run away. Just keep them chasing you.
You just run away.
They'll chase you right back into their empire. And that's one of the things that I think at first glance, like, Hattie holding this center, these 3 cities, it looks strong, but it actually opens up this opportunity for, a really aggressive play like you're talking about, but even that mental game of posturing.
Yeah.
Like, Sabertooth can posture to threaten Ankua and Azata Wataya at the same time, and that forces Hattie to respond.
Yes.
And so if Sabertooth can find that opening where he's forcing Blaj to respond to his movements, that's gonna turn the tempo into his favor.
Yes.
Whereas right now, like, things feel cooled off. It's just kind of like a military buildup and this kind of DMZ here,
Yeah.
but it's like a powder keg right
Yeah,
now.
100%. And of course, to be clear for our viewers, definitely splitting your forces is a risky play. It's not always the best idea to split your forces up, but again, that's just one of the reasons why I like this unit so much personally, is because you don't need a lot of them. You just need a couple to go on a little bit of a rampage, and that's going to sow so much chaos in your opponent because they're not going to know. They might not know how to react. If even just if coming down here with 2 light chariots just drags these 3 units from Ankua back to Hapalia, that's an advantage to you. That's making your opponent waste orders just to move around.
Yeah.
Yeah, terrifying unit. I love Egypt so much. It's a terrifying unit. We have one more on the way. And some spears. Yep, can't build. Interestingly enough, all right. I'm just noticing this because I didn't watch the first half. It doesn't look like there are that much in the way of horses on the map.
No, that is a good point. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that can always discourage unique unit production. We have one horse here, and it looks as if he used import.
I think he used it in Gessie.
Yeah, that seems to be. See, now what I don't know, here's something I don't actually know about the game. If you import in a city and then someone captures that city, I'm not 100% sure if it keeps its horses.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know that.
I know projects other than walls. Oh yeah, no, it's a project, so horse supply would stay.
It stays. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's cool. All right.
That's a good decision. Yeah, I like that.
That's really, really cool. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Every project except walls and moats and stuff will stay in a city if it gets captured. So that's cool. All right, back to Blaj now. So yeah, we're just doing a quiet build-up along the border here.
Yeah, and there was a good point brought up in chat here. I do believe that's correct, that Egypt has founded Zoroastrianism, but has not actually made it their state religion.
Well, they do have do they have clerics? Yeah, they have clerics. So they could adopt. No, they have Zoro. They do have Zoro, yeah.
Oh, it is. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And it's in the majority of their cities, too. Only Gessie and the capital don't have it, except for that new city that just was founded. So, interesting, too. Yeah, he can rush with training if he wants. Hasn't been done yet in any of his cities. The Grand Vizier will slow that down, too. He needs the governor in order to be able to rush.
Yeah.
Look at the power score, though. Just a couple of turns, and we are back to being almost neck and neck.
Right. Yeah.
That's how quickly the game state can shift against you.
Yeah, I feel like in this spot, the longer it goes on, the cooler this front becomes, the more that advantage is going directly to Sabertooth, I feel, at this point.
Oh, yes. Blaj is up against the clock right now. He is in serious trouble. He needs a real solution to, especially with a zealot on the throne, he needs a real solution to 2 things. A, the presence of highly threatening and mobile light chariots, and of course he did spot the ballista, so he knows there's a ballista in the field. So really, I honestly think the only answer at this point, I mean, steel is fine because that's going to help with the spears, but even though your opponent can build spears, I think the only solution is to get heavy chariots into the field, because if in the I mean, again, this is being able to harass your opponent would be such a bold and uniquely tactical decision that I suspect it won't happen in this particular game. However, in the event that Sabertooth decides to run roughshod over the Hittite lands with his chariots, the only way you would be able to keep up with that is with your own chariots.
Yeah, yeah. And it looks like, to me, the the clearest path to that would be aristocracy right into sovereignty.
Yes.
So hoping to see that movement.
He has 3 now. He just needs aristocracy. The only unfortunate thing, he's teching steel, which does make sense, but it's going to put it into the discard pile, and he has a pretty big draw pile already, so that aristocracy is not coming back anytime soon. He does have citizenship up that he could grab, but that would take some time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, tricky spot.
8 turns at least on that one.
Yeah. Rough situation to be in. Let's look at this heir. What do we have for an heir? We have a scholar heir who doesn't like us for the Hittites. We have a tactician in the dynasty that we could appoint and abdicate it to if we really needed the extra help in combat. That could shut down that ballista as well as shutting down the enlist capabilities.
Right.
All right, so it would be 7 turns on citizenship now. The tech is up. I'll be curious which one he takes. Even honestly, or spoked wheel at this point, there would only be 5 strength, but some level of chariot to kind of run after your opponent.
Yeah, just that mobility could help. But yeah, going for citizenship.
All right, that does make sense. So that is his 4th law. That's fine enough. And that's actually smart, too, because with aristocracy in the discard pile now, it's actually faster to get citizenship rather than text something different and wait for aristocracy to come back up.
Right.
So, but we are a ways away from having strongholds. Oh, yes. He has the I can never say it right. He has the Yaz, and I love that wonder.
Yeah.
That wonder on the Hittites is just so fantastic.
Yeah, big civic stockpile for the Hittites. Right?
Well, they already get 2 civics for every city, meaning the base civics for every city is 10, and then that's 20%. Yeah. So that's another 2 civics per city.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's an amazing combination.
Yeah, really nice synergy there.
Yeah, it's my favorite combination in the game. If I am playing the Hittites and the Yaz is in the game, I almost always try to grab it if I can, especially because you're guaranteed to have Judaism, so you're guaranteed to have a state religion.
Right. Yeah.
It's just all the synergies come together. It's amazing.
And just in case you missed it, Sabertooth did build the pyramids.
Amazing. Oh, so we are having a very, very thematic contest between the Egyptians and the Hittites. Both built their historical wonders, and both are at war. Family opinion for the Hittites is fantastic, by the way. This is one of the benefits of getting Judaism super early.
Oh,
yes. His other 2 oligarchs aren't even Jewish yet, and it's still amazing. So that's incredible. Really, 224 positive opinion for the Jews and the Hittites. Love to see it.
Wow.
Honestly, you know what? I mentioned the fact that he didn't get aristocracy early, but I've done that. I saw not aristocracy, divination, but I've done that. I've delayed my shrines and just relied exclusively on Judaism before in Hittite games, so I can understand that a little bit.
Right.
Meanwhile, an opinion check for the Egyptians. Very, very good rider's opinion, but much more...
Yeah, that's nice to see.
Yeah. Much more disjointed everywhere else.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely a nice spot, a nice comfortable position for Sabertooth to be in, I think. He really could swoop in and just kill any one unit of the Hittites that he wanted to kill.
Yeah. One thing I'm happy to see on the part of Sabertooth is Menefer, which has been an autonomous rule. I don't know if it still is.
Yes, it is.
It is still
It's
an
built
autonomous
14.
rule. Yeah.
It built 14
Yeah.
festivals.
So it's just been pumping festivals the entire time, but I'm noticing now he's actually dedicated some workers to improving the tiles around Menifer. So
Yeah.
hopefully there's 8 idle citizens here, and hopefully the city will decide to start putting stone cutters up on this marble as soon as they're up. And it does look like they are.
Yeah.
So as soon as you get some improvements up, we'll see a little bit more useful production from Menifer, but they're very happy and they're partying every day.
It's
So
it's kind of funny. Oh, I mean, worst case scenario though, that those 8 citizens are almost a full order.
fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
But no, that's funny. That's funny. It's just partying the whole game.
yeah. The whole game. Just
The
chilling.
whole game, just throwing a party. They're like, screw you guys. We don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. What's going on everywhere else? Oh.
And it's the seat of it's the religious seat too. That makes it extra funny to me for some reason. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful city site too. Mountains, valley, river.
All right, so this is it. This is the ticking time bomb. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rhetoric is the 6th law, so sovereignty would be our 7th law. So rhetoric into sovereignty would be 7 laws for Egypt. And if the game doesn't end before then, it certainly will end shortly after. All right, we have aggressive movement from Egypt right outside of Ankua.
So they're moving into Ankua here.
All right, we're going to kill a spear. Love that. And this is going to force a tough decision from Blaj. Now, Anarchos, you're new to the multiplayer arena, so I want to ask you here, in this circumstance, you see this advance coming up on you, you're Blaj. What do you do in this situation?
Very tough.
It's not a trick question. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm wondering what my reaction would be. I think it would be I'd be concerned about obviously leaving the north open too much, but wow, yeah, their Sabertooth is really moving in. I think I'd be dedicating at least my spears down south. And I'd be moving, hopefully trying to move my units to let the city tank a little bit, but definitely get somebody in the city.
All right. So my suggestion here, when you're dealing with a situation where it's an overwhelming force, you're split like this, in my opinion, you abandon Ankua. You just retreat. One thing I've been seeing, one thing I've been seeing in this game is players who are on the receiving end of an overwhelming attack try to defend and put themselves in a position where they're charging into a losing battle. So the majority of your armies up top, there's no sense of reposition. Ankua is just gone. There's no way. In fact, you just retreat the slingers. You save the slingers. You save as much as you can, because you're not going to get any kills by moving anything down here either way. So if you can get some kills by moving in or repositioning, fine. But if you're moving in is just going to put more units out in the open for your opponent to kill, you don't want to move into a losing battle. So in this case for Blaj, what we want to see him here, this spear is not dead. That's a high value unit. He should force march that back to Maladia or so, put it in a city, heal it up, and he should get those slingers the hell out of here.
Yeah, I completely understand that thought process.
And it is unfortunate because sometimes, depending on the game and where you're in, it can basically put you in a position. This actually happened in a game between myself and Fluffy. One of the Mohawk streams, I was Rome, he was the Hittites. It was just before this tournament started, and I tried to attack early, and the attack failed. And then you basically saw that happen in my game. I spent the rest of the game retreating all the way back to my capital. But the only reason why I kept doing that is because it doesn't make sense to gradually lose units throughout the rest of the game. Get yourself into a position where you can have as many units as you can. That way, now once Sabertooth, even if he takes Ankua, once he moves up to Maladia or the other places, well, now you're going to have a dozen units in the region.
Right.
Rather than losing
makes so
3.
much sense. It makes so much sense. And it is very counterintuitive because the knee-jerk reaction is I need to defend, I need to defend. I can't
Yes.
let him have this, physical and moral victory over me. But it makes a lot of sense of like at this point it's retaining your raw power and your potential.
Right.
And losing one city, it's a moral loss, but it actually wouldn't completely, it wouldn't weaken his position that much. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's some good insight on that.
Yeah.
It is very counterintuitive though. And like we are seeing now Blaj is moving into defend.
Now, but one thing I will say though, like I said, as long as he's able to get kills, he's got some good damage on this heavy chariot. If he can get this thing killed and maybe put a spear in the woods, I don't know if he has another spear. He does have another spear. If he could get a spear in this woods and lock these chariots in place, this would actually end up being a very good result for him. I don't know if he'll have the orders, but he needs one more slinger for the kill, and then he needs to force march a spear. He does have the slinger. Oh man, this could be awesome, actually. I could be dead wrong about this. He has exactly enough orders to come in and pin this. Let's see if he has the tactical insight to get all the way here with this. Oh, he's coming in with an axe. I want to see this rider spear come all the way up. Still, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I still think he's going to lose some units, but definitely taking... Right now, we're looking at maybe trading, taking out a light chariot and losing at least a slinger next turn. So I'd take that trade.
Yeah, slinger's not a bad loss for that. That's a good trade. So speaking about locking in, what tile were you hoping to see him move into?
Okay, so this rider spear in the back, if we move into this forest tile right next to the Scythian, this... Oh, I guess he would be able to... This heavy chariot would be able to get out, but this light chariot would... Oh, yeah, there's a mountain pass back here. There's a mountain pass back here. I forgot. Well, this is another value of that mobility, right? You could get all the way back here. But still, a spear in a woods is really good. So I could understand... I do understand fighting over these woods. It's just unfortunate that we didn't bring that other spear up.
Right.
Looking good so far, though. I definitely admire the courage here, and certainly I have watched games that have happened in the tournament so far where I have called, as a spectator, I've called for a retreat, and the players have fought it out, and, it went well for them. Because the other thing is kind of like what you said, it's kind of a back and forth, both between skill and also whichever player makes more mistakes.
Yes.
So... Even if this was the incorrect play from Blaj, and I'm not saying that it was, but even if it were, now it's Sabertooth's turn, and he has an opportunity to make his own mistakes or misplays, or depending on how he chooses to react.
Right. Yeah. So now it's putting that back onto Sabertooth of, okay, let's see if you can play this well enough that you don't. Oh, and the ballista's coming in.
Oh,
so
terrifying.
Dedication.
And so that's something that I had forgotten about in my analysis.
Yes.
So it's like, if you remember that the ballista is there, that's another reason why you should probably just retreat.
Yes.
Because he's probably going to enlist an axe or a spear. Yep, he's enlisted that axe.
Oh, and he's using it.
Yeah, yep.
And there's the axe. Okay, yeah. So you could prove to be correct. Ultimately, by the time this shakes out.
I completely forgot about the ballista.
Yes, the ballista.
Oh,
yeah, it was kind of just sitting in the back here. I'd forgotten about it too, but
yeah.
Wow.
Right. So we now have a slinger and an axe traded for a light chariot. Would be interesting to see here. But I could imagine that this is going to be one of those situations where Blaj is going to attempt to fight it out. And like you were saying, it is counterintuitive. It's very difficult to realize, to kind of look at a fight and be like, oh shit, I don't think I have this, and I would be better positioned if I could get my units closer together. And another reason why that works too is as your opponent gets closer and closer to your lands, deeper and deeper into your territory, they're further and further away from their ability to reinforce.
Right.
But closer to yours, which means in a technical sense, every kill, even if they're killing more stuff than you, every kill that you make is a little bit more valuable than every kill that they make, because
Right.
the ability to replenish those losses is actually favors the defender.
Absolutely. Curious to see here. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just curious to see if we're going to see a commitment to the defense down here in the south.
I would love to see a retreat, although at this point, with being so close and that zealot on the move, you this is probably it, to be honest, because
that's what I'm feeling too.
Yeah, even this axe right here would be able to catch up to any unit that's out in the open, and that's not even counting the mobility of the chariots. So I feel like this could be the decisive blow coming in right now.
We have one more light chariot coming out next turn as well for Egypt.
Yep.
And we have Tepehu on the other side of the mountain range getting just wailed on by
yeah, I don't think I would have bothered.
And raiders.
I don't think I would have bothered selling that if
no.
settling. No point. But okay, we're going for tribal units.
Maybe just trying to open up that forest space for defense.
Probably. Oh, wow, yeah. Saying hello to a ballista with your slinger. Not ideal. And that's the other thing. It's like you really just need to play around what your opponent has. So when you're looking at a ballista, it's like you definitely want to not be confronting a ballista in urbans. And that's another reason why you'd probably be better off retreating to Maladia, because if we look at that landscape, you have rivers, which, I mean, the ballista will just go across, but there's not a lot of urban tiles, so the ballista will be a little bit weakened, and it will be out in the open, right? So very, very difficult to get a sense of when you should be retreating or attacking.
For sure. I feel like that, especially that concept of like sort of a strategic withdrawal from a city, that I think that must come from, lots of experience, from your own experience. I think for myself as a newer player, I don't know if, like I said, it's just so counterintuitive.
Yes.
And I think after some hours of playing a game and even like taking a break between and thinking about it, there does kind of come this feeling of like, well, it's going to come down to one battle.
Yes.
And sort of whoever initiates that, often I find it's the other player is like, okay, this is it. We're throwing down, divert all our forces, and let's just see what shakes out. So I think that, it's actually nice to see Sabertooth pull the trigger here. I thought he might have just rested and waited and really went for that 8 strength unit push, but I like to see the aggression here.
Me too.
Maybe noticing some maybe passivity or hesitation on the part of Blaj.
Yeah, it's definitely important, because you don't want to run into that situation where you take too long, and I absolutely think that all advantages are in Sabertooth right now. He has the ballista, which is great. I mean, that's going to counter everything when it comes to traditional ancient era units, spears, slingers, axes. They're all screwed when it comes to even just one ballista. It takes a lot of effort just to remove that single unit from the field. But even outside of that, you have several very mobile, very high damage chariots. So there's no real reason. And you have diversity, right? You have spears, you have axes, you have an archer. You have really strong composition right here, even though it might not be the most amount of units. So yeah, no real reason. Plus the zealot, of course. So no real reason not to press ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess Blaj really does not have an answer for the ballista right now.
No, which is another reason why it's good that Sabertooth is taking this advantage, because heavy chariots in this situation, if we look at even though there are some spears in the back line here, if we look at Egypt's fielding, a heavy chariot or two could come in here and really help mess this stuff up.
Yes.
Even in the woods, because it's going to do that melee damage, so it's not going to get that attack penalty like the chariot would. So really, out in the field on flatland, a chariot's going to do more damage. A heavy is going to do more damage to a light chariot. And even in the woods, a heavy chariot is going to do more damage to a light chariot. So I don't
Right,
want
so
to say that heavy chariots necessarily counter light chariots because I think there's always an inherent advantage to ranged units, but it would certainly be nice to have a couple of heavies in this situation.
I'm seeing Sabertooth actually diverted one of his light chariots to Tepihu to deal with these raiders. So moving the
Oh,
Balasa away. So it looks like
wow.
it's a retreat here, which is surprising
Wow.
me.
All right. This is kudos to Blaj and his courage to move in because
Yeah.
that does seem like it had deterred Sabertooth. Not, I don't think this was necessary. I think Sabertooth was in a strong. He even had, look at this light chariot all the way back in Timinor, or Timinor, yeah. It can
Yeah.
still make it to the battlefield.
Absolutely. And that's what I expected it to come charging in.
Yeah, so
But
go ahead.
that's that like that mental game, right?
Yeah,
Of I think this posturing from Blaj, moving all his units down, I think Sabertooth just kind of misjudged the situation. And if
sure.
you look from his perspective, it's still saying power is similar.
Hmm.
And that can get in your head too of saying, I don't want to lose the game right now.
Right.
Um, and I guess that's kind of must be the mentality for Sabertooth now.
And in fairness, when you're ahead like this and you have distinct advantages like the units that Sabertooth has, there really
Yeah.
is technically no rush. I'm an aggressive player, and that's actually sometimes one of the ways I lose. I just put my foot on the gas and just go so hard, and I realize, oh shit, I made a mistake.
Right.
So
Like
really,
over committing.
yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
when you have these advantages, Sabertooth, I still don't think, looking at the overall state of this game, I don't think he stands to lose much by taking his time and maybe playing a little bit more cautious.
And that's fair. Absolutely. And I think that is what I'm seeing here is like he doesn't want to maybe I thought this was going to be an all-in push, but it is nice to see that sort of, a bit of caution, a bit of prudence. He feels like he's in a game-winning position and having that patience and awareness that if he drags this out a bit, he'll have a clearer advantage in
Right,
likely a fairly short amount of time.
right. And that, though, with this congestion of units down here, is kind of, even though it was an aggressive attack and Blaj took the fight to Sabertooth, that kind of is just for quick concept, kind of the logic of what we're talking about the tactical retreat is because right now in this situation, Sabertooth is kind of running away from this fight because of, let's say, the sheer number of units and their positioning. So if he's attacking in and maybe he takes a city, but then you've retreated and you create this level of positioning around a different location, it's going to
Yeah.
create a different analysis for your opponent when they choose to come in and try to attack the next target.
Right.
But no, really cool that Blaj decided to stick with it, and I'm glad it worked out for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a different perspective when you're looking, high level like this, and we have all the variables. We know what units, where they are, what damage we can do, and all that stuff. So it's easy for us to say, "Wow, Sabertooth, why would you retreat here?" But let's look
100%. It's easy to think like I don't know what's coming at me from the interior of the Hittite Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is very hard to judge. Like, do I stick this out and win it? I mean, just as an aside, like in my own personal game, I 100% committed in a very similar situation, and that resulted in my loss.
I was gonna
Um,
say I couldn't remember if you won or lost. Who was your opponent?
Beckett. Becked?
Oh, yes. Okay. I actually haven't
Yeah.
caught that game yet. I obviously know that was the result because he ended up going up against Fluffy, and I did catch some of that
Yeah.
match. So I actually
Yeah.
didn't get a chance to catch your guys' game yet.
Yeah, I went for an earlier push. I decided to just contest, and yeah, I pushed everything in to contest an open city site in the north, very similar to this, and then moved towards taking a center city, and ended up taking the city. Couldn't hold it. My forces got wiped, and that was GG.
And what size of map was it?
That was a dual coastal rain basin square.
Yep. All right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so going to check the power graph after that fight, and we have a little bit of almost an exact even dip by both players. And in fact, Blaj, from that few turns of unit production that he's had coming online, he had 3 slingers sitting back here at the patron seat. He's now bringing a Byrene probably to help move those units along the coast. But he is building his road network, which I really appreciate too. So those slingers back there should be able to make their way to the front line soon. Egypt is being back to being weaker again. Yeah. Yep. That's one of those things where it's really deceptive because, again, the power of this ballista. I feel like last turn, before he retreated, Egypt could have easily killed like another 3 or 4 units with what he had. And so that's why that strength metric, it's obviously important to keep an eye on, but also vision is super important. If we look over here with Egypt, Egypt can't see anything about the Hittite Empire.
Yes.
So getting...
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed too.
Yes. Hugely important. Yeah. Because if you can see everything, right? If there's a couple of scouts back here and you do you just take one turn, right? Do a quick force march with 2 or 3 scouts all around the Empire, and now you can see everything. Then you just take 30 or 40 seconds, take 30 or 40 seconds out of your turn and count all the units up. And that will give you a complete picture of your opponent's military capabilities, 100%.
Yeah. Even having a scout planted, there's like beside the gold to the south of Lake High Lake.
Yep.
Like that even just sitting there would be so advantageous for Sabertooth just to have an idea of what's moving up to the front line.
Oh, of course, yes. It's also, it helps to both see if they can reinforce or if they are reinforces, because seeing a build-up like this in Akua, but then, like you said, having that scout on this hill back here, and then seeing no units in this open field, that...
Seeing
it gives you a lot of knowledge.
Absolutely. I mean, it can give you that confidence to commit to the attack, right?
100%. 100%. And that's how you spot things like Blaj's scout was up in this woods over here, and he was able to spot the ballista, while it was coming down. And that's really good vision. That's like great vision control. It's unfortunate that he did end up losing his scout, because now he is also blind to Egypt.
It's like...
Let's look at the improvements here.
So Blaj does have 1 scout out in the open moving up to the front. So I imagine he's going to try to get some better eyes on Sabertooth.
Love to see that. I want to take a look at something now, actually, on that note. Let's see if I can... Interesting. I don't think there's a stat that tells me how many scouts we've built. Fun. I'll have to suggest that. All right. I would like to see how many scouts each player has built. I suspect, given that Egypt only has 1 scout out, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he didn't build any scouts and just used the 2 that he started with as riders and the base one.
I believe so, yeah. Maybe I'm recalling a scout coming out of Wasset, maybe around turn 30, 35.
Although the Grand Vizier could have built a scout. That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
They do tend to do that a little bit. We're 4 turns away from citizenship as Blaj, so every little bit of time helps us stay in the game. Again, we still have the ticking time bomb of the 8 strength unit. Let's see where we are with Blaj. We're taking training boosts, and sovereignty is in the draw pile, so we're not too far away from that. We'll get that in about... Well, if it comes up next hand, we'll get it in about 6 turns, give or take. Maybe even less, maybe 4 or 5. Well, 5. Doing some mass chopping, like it. Love a good chopping spree.
Yeah, Sabertooth slowly working on his own road
Nice, good
to
to
the
see.
frontier. Looks like it's not quite connected back near the Silurus River.
So now we
But
only have clerics who are the problem in terms of family opinion for Egypt. We're in the green due to the pagans. Do we have polytheism enacted? We do, so we just need to build a couple of shrines in our cleric locations. It helps convert characters if you have paganism. I don't know the exact algorithm, but prioritizing whatever religion you want in the seat specifically is extra helpful for increasing the chance of character conversion.
right, okay, yeah.
So we
Makes
have
sense.
paganism in one cleric location, but we want paganism in this seat down here. Of course, if we just influence the patriarch, who's also a zealot, we would be able to convert the oligarch of the cleric family directly. So that's one solution. Just a couple of different missions. We're currently scheming against Zenobia.
Okay.
That could be an interesting thing. Sometimes that results in a civil war. So that would be fun to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how Sabertooth would respond to that. It would be very bad timing for him right
It,
now.
I think it'd be okay, but it would definitely be annoying.
Yeah.
All right, that's nice to see that Blaj was able to repel that attack. I wasn't really expecting that, I'll be totally honest, but good for him.
Yeah.
All right, hopping over to Blaj now. Building a biome. He's building more workers. A lot more workers. That seems ill-advised at this particular state in the game. I mean, especially because the economy is pretty solid, so... I mean, it obviously could be improved, but...
Right. Yeah, the workers in these frontline cities, yeah, north. Yeah.
Basically, my general rule of thumb, we're building a ship. Oh, we've rushed the ship. I don't hate that. That'll help the slingers get to the front lines easier. My general rule of thumb is I like to have at least one build queue building a military unit at all times. So currently not including the ship because I'm not going to count that. We don't have any... We only have this one spearman being built, so I guess that's enough.
Right.
But how many cities do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? Yeah, I feel like at this point you at least do 2 or 3 cities building a unit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're back to similar. So yeah, they're neck and neck. They're bouncing back and forth between this similar military score. It's really nice to see that Blaj is staying in the lead there. It's just his units are weaker.
Not a lot of military production coming in for Sabertooth, Axeman, Spearman.
These axes are nice. The presence of these axes is nice just because that will deter, I think, although we do have more spears coming up. But I think it could just deter future spear production, which could help us once we're ready to build heavy chariots.
Yeah. Oh, earthquake.
Oh, nice.
Across the whole back end here. And do we have Rebels by Tiaru? Yes.
More rebels. Fantastic.
having to move to respond to that.
Yeah, look at that. Light Lancer, light chariot does 8 damage to an unpromoted spear. And receives 7 in return. Well, all right, it's a friendly family, so there's a little bit of a buff there. I think it would be 7 and 7.
Right.
If it were completely even. That's just such a good unit. It's similar true with the Persian one because that's also a ranged mounted unit. Wow. All right. Oh, this is very interesting. We have some forts being built at Gessi. So a little bit of a defensive posturing here from Sabertooth. Makes me wonder. Yeah. I feel like he's not. I'll be curious how he adjusts his play once he has his 8 strength unique unit, because I'm still thinking that he's not really evaluating the actual strength of his position correctly just yet.
Yeah, I agree. I get the sense now that he will be waiting for that timing push, going for sovereignty.
Because the thing is, too, if we take a look at this ballista and we put this ballista up here in the woods and we attack this spear, it will hit this spear and the spear behind it and the axe. And the 2 units behind it will, I think, take about 7-ish damage. So in theory, one alpha strike could very easily eliminate 3 units.
Yeah.
Of course, Blaj is building up more and more, so with each passing turn, that's going to become less attractive a proposition. But in addition, I just feel like the combination of the mobility of the chariot and the spread of damage from a ballista would be really difficult to respond to for Blaj.
Yeah, it absolutely would.
Because even even these light chariots are doing 8 damage to these units out in the distance. Or if you actually position them 2 tiles away, they still do 7.
Yeah.
So you could come in here and do 7 damage, and then put a spear or something in front of it to prevent it from taking any retaliation. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah, it almost feels like now, like, when they were fighting in the center, it felt like Sabertooth may have had a better idea of where he was at militarily, and now I think since the retreat and since the power ranking going back to similar, he's maybe probably unsure of where he actually sits. And I think it's that uncertainty that's making him say, "Okay, I'll draw this out a bit longer." And yeah, hopefully we see a strong push.
Yeah, he's fortifying on an axe. He's building forts. He's definitely playing defensive. Yeah. But again, as I said earlier, of course, we want to see the action and the bloodshed. But I really don't think he's yet in a position where he loses much by waiting another 10 turns.
For sure.
We'll have to see, though. I would this is another thing that can come back and haunt you as a player. Blaj repelled an attack, forced a retreat. They are similar now, so that's a nice, strong position he got himself in terms of, the result of that conflict. But now, if we look across his city, he's not building a single military unit except that 1 spear.
Right.
So it's almost like he won that little skirmish and was like, yeah, I'm still safe.
Yeah. I think maybe just trying to imagine what Blaj may be thinking, I think he's probably wanting to move towards getting his unique units on. Yeah. So if he can just sit back and wait for that so he can at least match Sabertooth.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe resting a little too easy. I think keeping military production up would be very important here.
Yeah, because that's going to help buy you that time to delay and catch up, get better units in the field, things like that. Always having more bodies to throw at your opponent or get in the way is super
Yeah.
helpful. And
And he
that
definitely
also,
has the economy to
yes,
support that as well.
yes.
Whereas if we look at Egypt, it looks like they are actually starting to struggle now, economically.
Yeah, they
So
definitely have a
that could come
gold
into play too.
deficit. They have a gold deficit, a
Iron
larger
production
one,
is okay.
and yeah, and their stockpiles are very low.
Yeah,
So that's good news for Blaj.
it is.
That we've seen that so far before in the tournament. So far, we had a very powerful player who had a military advantage, launched an attack against an opponent, and it ended up being a really great tactical battle between both players. Lots of action, lots of kills, and the player who had launched the attack was gaining momentum. But there's no way you're going to win a war in this game without losing units, right? That's one thing I love about this
Right.
game. It's not like Civilization where you come in with 12 units and you just win a battle instantly.
Yeah,
Well,
and you have the same unit the entire game.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Well, in fairness, I've never really played Civilization PvP, but certainly,
Right.
certainly in the single player game, like losing units is the cost of doing the business in combat in this game, and
For sure.
that's doubly true for multiplayer because you're up against a smarter opponent. Where was I going with that? I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, oh man, I forgot my point.
I think, I think kind of talking about how I think you may have been going towards like if there is a battle occurring, being able to reinforce to
Yeah.
make up for those losses. And yeah, if you're caught in the middle of a battle for the game and you do not have the economy to reinforce, like
Yes.
that's it. All you can do is sit and hold off and eventually crumble and lose that war of attrition, and then there's
Yes.
nothing like the position I got myself in where the only thing I could build was militia.
And that's one of my
You
favorite things about the game too. It's amazing, and that's one of my favorite things about the game too. Is it's not just like it's the economic aspect is just as important as anything else because you literally
Absolutely.
can lose a battle of attrition, and that's where I was going with that example with the
Mhm.
from the other game. Is we had a player who was actually in a stronger position, but through the process of fighting a good fight with an opponent who wasn't even necessarily winning the fight, he was just doing good enough to keep up, right? You know,
Yeah.
trading kills, 3 kills here, 4 kills there, type of thing.
Yeah.
Eventually, it got to a point where the militarily stronger player, literally could not afford to build any more units.
Right.
So, like you were saying, they were building militia while their opponent was building like rams or axes or
Yeah.
whatever. And eventually, you're going to lose that fight.
Oh yeah, and panic converting all your workers to militia. And
100%.
yeah, that is the end times.
Yeah, so we now have negative 300. Let's see where some of that's coming from. Wow. We have negative 324 gold for Sabertooth, so he could end up in this situation. Maybe that's another reason. I wonder if he would have put that together. That could be another reason why he decided not to risk too much of an assault, because losing units now would be way worse for Sabertooth than Blaj.
Right. Yeah.
That's the other
Yeah,
element. Go ahead.
I hope that is part of his reasoning, because I think we actually saw this in the first part, where as soon as he was ready to get his light chariots out, he did not have the economy to build it.
Yeah.
So he had to put a bunch of energy and orders and build queues into getting his economy even just foundational.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we've seen a bit here is the recovery of that economy, and now it's starting to be a little more strained. And he may run into the same problem when he's looking for that 8 strength push.
Yeah, and it's just a really cool element of this game because every aspect matters. Tactical matters.
Yes.
Logistics, like being able to build roads, getting eyes on your opponent. Strategic planning, like navigating your way through the tech tree, and then of course even managing your economy so you don't get into a position where basically and we've seen this more than once. Not even the game I was just thinking of, where basically what ends up happening is that each kill for one player ends up being worth more because the person the unit you're killing, the opponent not going to have an easy time replacing it because they don't have the training production, maybe they didn't build barracks right, or officers, or maybe they just literally don't have the resources, or they have to spend 800 gold just to build an axeman,
just for an axeman. Exactly. It's like if you can't refill those boots,
right?
Yeah. And like as a history nerd, which I think a lot of us are, it's like I love that aspect of the game where it really does simulate
Yes.
history in that sure you may be technologically advanced, sure you may be stronger, but if your economy is in shambles, if you do not have the manpower to reinforce, you're going to lose these wars.
Right. And that's
I love that. I love how just the raw mechanics of the game so beautifully simulate history. It is the thing that I love most about this game.
Yeah, it's truly
And
fantastic.
that's a great example.
Yeah, it's truly fantastic. And also, it just makes for a good game, right? Because tactics will
Yes.
still play a factor. Because maybe you're
Yes.
stronger and your economy sucks. But if you outplay your opponent in the final battle, well, then it doesn't matter. But now...
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Exactly. But if your opponent has better tactics, well, you're back to that same situation where every kill they take is going to put you further and further behind and then further and further ahead. So it's a really beautiful synergy that makes this game just so fascinating to play. And...
oh, yeah. Endlessly fast.
And even to watch, I've been spending the majority of my free time in the last 2 or 3 weeks that I would be using to play this game has been instead, because of the tournament, being used to watch this game getting played.
Me too. I'm like, I can't wait to play a single player game that's just for me.
Same way. I love playing single player. I love it. I'll just sit down for the whole day and play a game. And no, I haven't gotten I got around to that once in the last 3 weeks. I think this Wednesday was the first time I sat down, I think, and played a game. Well, last Wednesday. And it was nice. It was a real treat to actually sit down and relax and play a game of Old World. I love this game so much.
Yeah, I'm glad you got a chance to play. It's been a whirlwind of activity. It's fun, and like you, I've been watching all the matches, keeping up on who's winning, and trying my kind of spending all of my spare time either watching VODs or watching streams. So yeah, all consuming, but it's so fun. I just need to take a 5-minute break. I will be right back.
All right. We'll be here. All right, let's take a look at what we are seeing here. We have to clear these rebels. Oh, we do have a slums up in here. That could be another good source of the rebels as well. We have a 10% rebel chance here. Yep. That would have been 15 due to the slums. So he's going to have to get that opinion under control. Really would like to see an influence mission on the Patriarch. That'll help for the religion in general. And it will give you an opportunity to convert some characters. Yeah, we have nothing but Zoro characters in the cleric family right now. So you definitely want to convert the oligarch and then come down here and convert this 25-year-old, and that will cover your bases. That's what I tend to do. Start with the family head almost regardless of however old they are. If they're in their 60s, maybe I'm hesitant, but then once that's taken care of, I just go to the youngest person that also has the opposing religion that I don't want to have, and I convert them, and then I maybe convert the next youngest person, etc., etc. So I just as an example, I would convert this person way before I convert this person, even though they're only 41. So I'd probably do this one, and then I would do this one, because these, actually even just these two, the head and this younger one, would be enough to flip the family. And I agree with my friend Alcaris that you could probably have some type of bar or meter here that would demonstrate a little bit better how religious priority and conversion works. Let's take a look at this power score here. Still similar. Primitive on the Hittites, so that's a really, really tricky spot to be in. Your tactics are going to be super important there. Wow, we have every possible advantage we could have on, or at least quite a few of them. We have Highlander plus Heckler. So sitting on a hill, attacking into a general will give you like plus 70 attack onto something. That's crazy. That's crazy. 2 turns on sovereignty, which means 6 turns. 6 or 7, I can't remember. I think it's 6 on a citadel. So that gives us about 8 turns. What? Where can we get it? Oh, no. We're further away. And why are we further away? We're forgetting culture. We have 5 turns here, so I guess we'll get it. But that'll be 3 turns after sovereignty, so then we can build this in 6 turns. Which will mean, so 1, 2, 5. Yeah, we're at least 11 turns away from being able to get 8th strength units. Or 9 if we start building a stronghold in Mennefer right now. I can't remember if you actually need the horses in the city in order to upgrade your units. I think you do. No, it just says require a city with a citadel. You see that right here. It would say require horse. Cool. Yeah, all right, so Mennefer getting a citadel in it. Actually, no, that would be 4, 9. That would be 11 turns in Mennefer, too, because there's no garrison here. Interesting. How far are we from here? 13 turns. Yep, culture is always the bottleneck. Headed back over to Blaj. Let's look at his culture situation. He definitely has... Oh, he already has strong, so good for him. He's building the museum, which is quite nice. He actually has higher science now by a fair margin than Egypt. He's at 69 science, nearly 70 science to less than 50 for Egypt. So he does have some potential to catch up here. I kind of like the metaphysics grabs. Don't need drama or coinage here. So metaphysics is also interesting because we are the Hittites. We're getting 20 civics per turn. He's going to be able to do 2 turn archives in this city. Also in this city. God, I love the Hittites so much. 3 turns here if he wants it. So yeah, you could do a quick round of archives all across the Empire. That's going to give you another 10 science everywhere, plus another 150 science from the archive payout. God, I love this faction so much.
All right, and I'm back here.
All right, welcome back, Anarchus.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. So I was just noting that the Hittites actually have a science lead on Egypt now. They're just about 70 science, and Egypt now has under 50 science.
Right.
So now...
Yeah, that's a nice science rate for the Hittites there.
Yep. Nice science surge in the last 10 turns or so. So this could be one of those situations where if Sabertooth decides to plateau and say, hey, I have my 8th strength unit coming online. The other thing I noted while you were gone is that he doesn't yet have the culture situation set up. He's close enough in his rider seat.
Right.
But he's still looking at about 11 turns. I think I mathed it out to about 11 or 12 turns before he can either build 8 strength units or upgrade his current light chariots. So he's a ways away. He would have to... the other option he would have, he could build citadels in Mennefer, but he doesn't even have a garrison there yet, so that would still be another 11 turns or so. So it seems as if Blaj does have the time he needs to maybe push a science advantage here and catch a little bit back up.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like here.
Really want to see him grabbing aristocracy. We have an anchor up north. Probably could use a second ship, or maybe opt into colonies for a turn or 2 and purchase along the coast.
Buy along the coast, yeah. And there's 4 laws active for Hattie now. And it looks like a strong.
Oh, there are 4 laws. Yeah, right. He had divine rule. Great, great. Awesome.
Yeah. So outside Adana, I see a stronghold being constructed.
Perfect. Perfect.
And the museum. Oh, nice.
He's building the museum, yes. Now, I'm curious where his imported horses are. He hasn't imported horses yet. So he has options here. Oh, there is another horse on the north side of the map. I hadn't seen that yet. So we want to see... We want to see a stronghold getting built up here as well soon. Still a ways away before his own chariots hit the field. However, he should be able to get at least a handful of them up before Egypt is able to bring 8 strength units into the field. So it's not looking as bad for Blaj now. Really nice to see. Yeah, because even if next turn, when we adopt a law from sovereignty, we don't actually have the civics, so we're delayed on that front too, but we don't have the culture yet to even start building strongholds. His economy has stabilized a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking better there. Yeah, it definitely seems like you noticed that, getting some workers out, trying to just rebuild the economy a bit.
One of the nice benefits of this map style, that it's very easy for the majority of your cities to be connected because all of the rivers flow down to the coast.
Right. Yeah. Just noticing no heir yet for Queen Nefertari in Egypt. She's
Interesting.
31.
No child, yeah. Oh, tactician on the throne. Fun fact, through abdications, you can use 2 leader abilities in the same turn, so it is entirely possible to enlist and stun someone if you start with the zealot and then abdicate into the tactician.
Oh.
I did that once. I did it the other way around. I think I stunned someone and then abdicated and enlisted a different unit once.
Right. Okay, so the enlist next kill is not, like, it doesn't have to be the unit that the zealot's attached to making the kill? Is
No,
that how that works?
it does. No, the zealot, whatever
Okay.
whatever the zealot kills, it will enlist.
Right, right.
And it does.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. And it does work at range too.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that would basically be your leader on a unit and your heir on a unit.
Yes.
And then abdicate. I understand.
Yes.
So it was like, in my brain, I was like, but how could you do it?
Right.
You know.
So you would attack first with the zealot and kill something, and then abdicate. And you could even do this with something like a hero heir. It's a great way, especially if you're, let's say you have a scholar on the throne, and you have a hero heir in the field. It's a great way to launch a surprise attack where someone, maybe they have a tactician, right? So someone's attacking you and they're thinking, well, he's a scholar, so who cares, right? He doesn't have a major general in the field. But then it's on your next turn, you reply, you get everything into position, and then you abdicate in the hero and you do a massive launch offensive.
Right. Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so fun when you can make it work.
Yeah, that's a pretty epic play.
It's really, really cool. But that's one of the reasons why it's like, if you look at the tooltip of your opponent, you can see, obviously, their ruler. But if you actually look over the tooltip, you can see what their heir is. It will say. So a little tooltip sleuthing will let, Blaj, for example, know that he has a zealot on the throne and a tactician heir who's 27 years old, etc., etc.
Right.
But it can be, there's all sorts of different little ways where what you're looking at in terms of the UI of your opponent, like in the game, but like what information you're trying to look at from your opponent can come in really handy. And that's something, that was one area that I had to, that was where I probably got the most of my lessons in multiplayer from when I first started, because I've played the game a lot, so I have a lot of inherent game knowledge. But that was one of the things where I got the most education on, because I started playing against opponents, and they would make comments like, "Oh, you're tactician air," or "Oh, you already have 5 laws," and I'm like, "How do you know any of this stuff?"
Right. Yeah.
And you kind of learn where to look. Two turns on metaphysics for the Hittites, and I did a quick look around their build queues, and they can build an archive in pretty much every city in about 2 or 3 turns. That's courtesy of their massive civics production. So that could be really handy, a really, really handy science boost. The gap is widening now in terms of science. Blaj is now 71 science, and Egypt's science situation has not improved in the last 2 or 3 turns. So Blaj's science is still increasing gradually.
Right. Yeah, just creeping up there.
Yeah. This could be epic if Blaj is able to get himself to 8 laws before or in a similar time frame somehow to Sabertooth. Got to take another look here. We have 4 now. I think this is everything we need. We have 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we just need aristocracy, sovereignty, and monasticism.
Right.
We also have access to battle line as the Hittites as well. That could be a game changer too.
I've been noticing that.
Yeah, lots of good options here. Lots of good options. Definitely. Okay, so we have spoked wheel free chariot coinage on Egypt, and we're electing to get drama. Interesting. One thing that I haven't seen show up yet too much in this tournament that I'd like to see a little bit more of is portcullis. No one's really bothering to make use of agent networks.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Yeah.
Definitely tough to grab it in this type of meta where you have to worry about axes and archers and things like that. It's a little bit out of the way, especially if you're not the Hittites or Persia when you're starting with husbandry. But I'd like to see someone grab this and make some good use of agents, because you could literally give yourself complete vision of the map.
Right. And even like there is some incentive there. A free Maceman and a free Onager card are
oh sure
can make a big difference. So
I think the Onager, I mean, I'm not 100% sure here, so I don't want to give people awful strategy ideas, but I think that free Onager or that free Mace could be enough of a defensive deterrent that you could kind of beeline to portcullis and not be in too much danger, because you just put that Onager in a city or up on a hill, and it'll be harder for early units to attack into that as long as you can keep it safe.
Yeah.
And then hopefully if your characters cooperate with you, then you also get a decent science boost from the spy master and stuff. I don't know.
That's true.
I wouldn't tell that information to my opponent. What is happening? Also, technically that's not really true, because
I'm like, that's
although I guess he had the Grand Vizier on the throne, so no, all of these have governors.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on there, but
mind games.
Well, I mean, And that's another thing. I mean, you have 2 turns on your forums. Why not? Or like 1 turn on a festival. That can be worth it.
Yeah.
Or just run council.
Yeah.
He's making 40 civics in this turn. He could bump that up another 16 civics in this city that I'm looking at right now, Tuanua. So, I mean, that's a massive amount of civics. One city could generate you 56 civics per turn. That's insane. I love this faction.
Yeah, that's wild.
And then you can just use... That's one of the things that I like to think about in terms of civics. I know it's very easy to think that civics is something that you can never get enough of. But if you do something like that, where you're running council in a city that's generating you 56 civics per turn, it's basically like moving your production around, right? Because then you can take those civics and go rush production in maybe one of your cities that can build your unique unit.
Right, yeah. Yeah, very true. It's like a way of transferring the production
From
capacity of one city to another.
Yeah, 100%. It's not obviously the same level of efficiency, but it's still,
Yeah.
I mean, in a map like this where you only have 2 or 3 cities that can bring out unique unit anyway, then why not?
Yeah.
I do like that comment from Sabertooth, of course. He's acknowledging that his economy also isn't doing the best either. All right, we have another light chariot being rushed out. We do have ranges being constructed in the rider's seat.
Yeah, that's nice to see.
And another shrine as well. Are we getting a shrine down here yet? No, we're not. Good sources of marble on this map. Oh, that's where this city's civics is coming from. Oh, yeah. This is one of my favorite things. Looking at Tuanua or over here at Menifer, one of my favorite things to do, you can't do it at Menifer because of the autonomous rule, but if I have a 3 or 4 marble spot, I'll put a stonecutter in every spot, in every marbles, and then I'll just run council for the rest of the game and use it as a civics battery.
Yeah.
Just literally just use it to generate civics for the rest of the game.
It makes sense too. It's neatly tucked away kind of in the heart of the empire.
Yeah.
It's
You basically
spot for a civics battery.
I mean, certainly bringing in specialists isn't a bad way to do it. You can turn it into a science city, but normally if it's going to be like your 3rd or 4th or 5th city that you're settled, that's just so much investment to up that science. So yeah, no, I'll just improve the resources and then it's just a battery. All right, all quiet on the front. So this means, all right, so we have a 2-city advantage for Blaj. I think we're getting back to the point where it's possible this game could go either way.
Yes.
It really depends on if Sabertooth is able to leverage the advantage of the fact that he's going to have 8 strength units first. So it could really be decided by tactics here. Even in this situation, I'd like to see more spears coming online for the Hittites. We currently have...
Yeah, just 1 axeman here.
We have 2, 4... We have 6 spears, but more could never... And they're well promoted. They're taking advantage of that free XP coming in from the commander. Oh, and of course, if you're joining us on YouTube after the fact, to the people who are here live, thank you for tuning in. But if you're joining in YouTube after the fact, please feel free to give the channel a like, a subscribe, or leave a comment. Always grateful for that. And it's less for me, but more, in my opinion, to just get the YouTube algorithm promoting Old World.
Yeah, I agree absolutely. Subscribe to Scientific and give the game some love.
Oh, and Anarchos too. Yeah, Anarchos is a creator too now. He just joined the fray like last week or so, a couple weeks ago. I caught a little bit of your video. It's really cool. I like the sort of storytelling angle.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Scientific.
I
Yeah,
saw.
I'm learning a lot. It's video production is completely new to me, so.
Yeah, there was someone else. I forget who it was, but they do civilization videos, and they did a kind of storytelling video on Old World, and they managed to make it only like 30 minutes long, and they covered an entire game. It was
Oh,
incredible.
wow.
It was incredible.
That that's cool. That's like editing power.
Oh yeah, no, I'll
I
send
am
it.
not there.
Yeah, I'll send it to you so you can check it out. If you don't know what I was talking about, but I thought to myself, I was like, wow, that was really really cool to watch. It was a real treat, and I'd love to see more stuff like that. And it gave me like I'd like to maybe try to do that myself sometime because all apart from these current cast videos, my channel is literally just full length 6-7 hour games, start to finish, no editing
Yeah,
whatsoever. I can't.
definitely makes it easier to put the content out, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I was trying to do edited videos, and what would end up happening, especially because I love playing the game so much. So
yeah,
again, the same like taking the time to edit videos and all that stuff. I would be playing the game, and so I would I would fall behind on my video schedule, and
yeah,
it caused me to not upload full content. Like I would start one video, upload an hour or two of playtime, and then maybe I do a
yeah,
second half, but then I never finished the video because now it's like 3 weeks later and I've already played two other games.
yeah. You've moved on. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like for me, I'm like playing this same game for weeks at a time now, which is a completely different experience too.
Yes.
Because normally I complete a game, I start it, I finish it, and then I move on to the next one. So
Right.
already I'm a little bit like, okay, what's the next game gonna be? And yeah, like hoping to look more at that sort of narrative style of play because I just love the stories that get created in the game, the characters and the scheming and the backstabbing and
Yeah, it's very
yeah.
cool. And those are the types of stories that I would tell even when I played Civilization when I was younger. Like
Yeah.
I always gave myself these stories in my head. Like if I had a ship that was
Yeah.
well promoted, I would pretend like there was an admiral that commanded that ship or
Yeah.
whatever. So it's really cool that you can just do that with actual. It's funny how something as simple as like the general mechanic, where I mean, it's just a stat boost, really, right? But literally, the
Yeah.
fact that that stat boost has a name and a face adds so
Yeah.
much.
And a whole story
Yeah.
too, right? And it's like and the unpredictable nature of old world just naturally creates these awesome stories where, you know, whatever you have planned, that may not be what happens. And yeah, it's I was a lot like you, playing Civilization and really making my own story from it instead of just, playing the game and the mechanics. It was about the story.
All right. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. I love this game. There's so many good things to love about this game. All right. All right. So landowner's opinion on. It's so funny how this works. We haven't had paganism in the game as the Hittites for so long, and then you go ahead and you build one damn temple, and family
Right.
immediately convert. And look at this. It's not even like
Yeah.
check out their family tab. Actually click on it and look through the family. It's not even like a few people converted. It's the majority of that family
They
suddenly
all
is
did.
just pagan. And
They've
didn't we
just
get
been
divination
waiting.
like 8 turns ago?
Yeah.
That's
I
insane.
see that happen. I see that happening a lot where I'm like, "Really?
It
Come
drives me
on."
nuts. That's so funny.
They just have to be different, I guess.
Yeah. We do have some archives coming in. One turn archive in the capital. That's so great.
Wow.
We'll even be able to do another 2-time turn capital after. Archive in the capital after. And why I like that as a choice is because don't forget that when you complete an archive, you get a slight science boost. So, for example, an Archive 1 is 10 science. He's got 10 cities. If he takes just the 2 or 3 turns to put an archive in every single city, not only are you going to increase his overall science rate by just one, by 10 per turn globally, he's also
Yeah.
going to get 100 science as a science boost. And that's basically, you know, one turn off of a later game technology, or if you still have early game technology, that's like half the technology or the full technology.
Yeah, it's a really clever way to play catch up on science if you have the time, and Blaj does seem to have the time right now because
I think so. Yeah.
it is all quiet here in the
Yeah.
middle.
I definitely think projects get a bad rep. Every time they get brought up on the Discord, it's usually people complaining that they're not good enough. But I love them.
Right.
I think they're fantastic. Definitely
Yeah, I
niche.
feel yeah, I feel like it's because there's so much complexity and so many layers to old world. I feel like projects are, for me, it's kind of one of those things that I've always pushed down to the bottom of the priority of
Yes.
like really understanding.
Right.
But I think when you spend enough time, you start really playing around with these things is where you can see the powerful use cases for these projects. But yeah, they can be easily dismissed at first glance.
Yes. And I think the best example, speaking of projects specifically, is probably Hunt on
Right.
the Hunter's family.
Yeah.
It can seem completely useless, but if the game goes on, like look at the Hittites right now, they're making 6 food per turn, right?
Right.
Let's pretend Tuanua was a hunter's seat with all that civics. All of a sudden, you have a project that you can do in 2 or 3 turns that's going to generate you 300 food per turn, 300 food when you complete it.
Yeah.
So if suddenly you
That
divide that by 3, you're making about 100 food per turn.
see, that's massive. That's interesting because I think maybe that like initial dismissing of say hunt, like for me, I have never run hunt.
Yeah,
But now I think it's easy to kind of dismiss it in the early stages of the game
sure.
and not consider running these things late game to
Yeah,
help boost an economy once you have an army fielded. But that's a great use case for that I wouldn't even consider because by that time it's not even in my brain anymore.
right.
Right?
Right. And of course, it depends on your economy. Like, like if we look
Yeah.
over to Egypt, he's making 84 food per turn. So if he were a hunter nation, maybe he doesn't need to run hunt.
Yeah.
But both of these nations are relying on cavalry, right, as their unique
Hmm.
unit. So they're going to need lots of food to begin with anyway. So
Yeah.
when you switch to a nation like Persia, who does have access to hunt,
Right.
um, or if you get so late in the game that you're going to build a bunch of cataphracts, right? Well, now suddenly you go from maybe not spending a lot of food in your game, but now you want to build like a dozen cataphracts, and so you need 2,000 food. Well,
Right.
an easier way to get that if you're a hunter's nation is to just build a bunch of hunt projects.
Yeah.
While you're sometimes what I'll do is if I'm researching barding, so getting cataphracts to unlock soon, and I'm a
Yeah.
hunter's nation, is I'll spam hunt while I'm
Yeah.
researching that card just to boost
Yeah.
my food stockpiles.
Makes sense. And then just insta promote
Yep.
or yeah, that mm.
Yeah,
These
but
are some good tips.
it's really but that's what's interesting too, because it's like you can play this game for literally 1,000 hours and never
Yeah.
need or
Yeah.
think about the hunt project.
Yeah.
But then if you get a little creative, or if you actually sit down and think about it for a moment, suddenly you can think of all the different ways that thing can be useful.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I like yeah, I'm really interested in multiplayer because it really does force a reconsideration of some of the mechanics of the game because I
Sure.
know for myself, even playing on the highest difficulty, if I'm at a state where I'm researching barding, I'm usually winning the game.
Of course.
And so right, so I'm not in a position where I'm like frantically trying to repair some part of my economy, but I think in multiplayer you'd face these situations a lot more
Yes.
because you're juggling so many priorities.
Yes. It will be interesting to see if any of these games really drive deep into the late game. I know we have had
Yeah.
one game that went pretty late. All right, I'm curious what Blaj is going to pick here. We have a one-turn aristocracy. We are at 4 laws. This would cycle the deck and get us. Oh no, this would be unlocking monasticism. So yeah,
Seems like a good choice here. Yeah.
I think that's the play. Plus, it's going to get us a border boost. Oh my god, it's turn 67. We don't have border boost yet.
A 10 city border boost.
I think that'll be great.
That's going to be pretty nice. I'm curious to see what the center is going to look like once this goes through.
All right, so things are looking up. And, I mean, we can enact. Wow. Honestly, vassalage is probably the play at this stage in the game because we'd get a lot of food back. But we'd get another 5 science on centralization if we want it. I'd probably take vassalage here, but I'll be curious to see what choice he makes. Oh, that civics income is just beautiful for the Hittites. I love it.
Yeah.
That's just free reign. That's like a license to print military units because you can just rush anywhere you need it. Wonderful to see. He also, oh, that's part of it. His Grand Vizier is an eloquent diplomat.
Oh, wow.
So any place that doesn't have a governor is automatically getting that boost. That's fun. I guess she doesn't have the best stats. Why? What's wrong with her? Oh, she's bitter. And superstitious. That sucks. Still, eloquent is helpful. All right, we're building some slingers as Egypt. Interesting. We have a ship posturing off the coast of the volcano up there. I believe.
Yeah, lots of slingers amassing up in the north here too.
Yeah, interesting. He could be attempt to split Egypt's forces, but you're going to have a hard time doing that when you have zealot chariots. But I don't think we'll see any meaningful play from Blaj until he has his heavy chariots.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, especially, it would be very surprising to see these slingers push in any further. Slingers at this point are quite weak.
Yeah. The chariots can eat those alive. I'd like to see I'd like to see a stronghold getting up in Maladia and that horse supply coming online. I would like to see a stronghold coming up in Halab where he also has horses because he does have the ability to build strongholds. He is building one in Adana, but that's 3 possible locations you can put your unique unit out of, and you have all the civics in the world to rush. Oh, fantastic. Look at the Hittite heir. Not really the best stats, although strong enough. But a zealot for the Hittites, 22 years old.
Oh.
So, man, that could be a momentum swing. If Sabertooth brings in 8 strength Lancers and Blaj is able to enlist a couple of them, that could be a massive shift.
Absolutely. She is insane. But that's okay.
She is insane. But
and drunk. Drunk and insane. Hey.
Yep. Well, yep. But I mean, you take what you can get, I guess.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Still plenty of woods on the Hittite side to chop, too. Egypt did so much more chopping so far and is still running a wood deficit with low stockpile, whereas the Hittites is sitting pretty with over 600 wood.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to give props to Sabertooth for in the first part was when his economy was struggling, there was a lot of chopping going on to keep things afloat. And yeah, it was just a really good use of orders, so he wasn't going completely bankrupt. The chopping really kind of helped him ride out that slump in his economy and recover. So yeah, props for that for sure.
Oh, we have a very interesting development here in Hattie. We've founded Christianity, and it looks like we've spent the civics to adopt it as a state religion. I think, given the civic
Oh,
stockpile that we have, I'm assuming what are we going to do? Maybe add another pair of theologies into all of our cities? We have legalism, but do we have any Jewish monasteries? I don't see any. Yeah, we're dropping the ball there.
I'm not seeing any.
We do have Jewish disciples coming up online. Oh, you know what? No, of course we don't have monasteries because
we don't have monasticism.
Yes, don't have monasticism now. All right, well, that's one of the reasons why legalism is a very, very powerful theology, but it doesn't do anything unless you have monasteries.
Right.
The better one to grab would be mythology, or honestly, I mean, it's not that great, but even veneration these days. If the game's not going to go long enough for you to build a bunch of monasteries, then legalism isn't really going to do much. He will take a bit of an opinion for swapping out of Judaism, though. An opinion hit. More defensive posturing here from Sabertooth, building walls in Gessi and walls in Keto. All right, this is a nice improvement for the Egypt military machine. We do have machinery coming up in 7 turns. Siege weapons would certainly help being positioned in these forests down at Tepehu or up along the hills between Ketos and Gessi, so that's good. Yeah. But that's another reason why I think we might end up in a situation where the heavy chariots end up putting in some real work in this game. Certainly would love to see it.
Still no forestry. I'm almost wondering on Sabertooth's side, like, if we keep chopping for wood and this game goes long, wood could just be running at a constant deficit.
Yeah, that could be an issue. I do like the fact that he hasn't clear chopped along the river.
Right.
So he's allowing those to respawn and provide him with some potential upkeep. That tends to be what I do. I tend to clear chop the majority of the map, but I just leave my rivers. Usually I don't even just chop along the river because I don't want to risk it not responding, but I'll just bulldoze everything else.
Very smart.
Depends, though. It's tricky because one of the push and pulls of this format, this dual format, right, is like these games can end in 50 turns.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or they can go to 100 turns. And the economy and the tech path and the choices you need to make for those two games are wildly different.
Yeah.
And it's impossible to really know when your game is going to end. All right, we do have monasticism in the hand now for Blaj. Would like to see that grab.
And we'll see if they opt for centralization or vassalage.
Yep. Either or would be good at this point. Vassalage would be a massive eco boost. You get a bunch of food back from that.
So centralization got chosen. I feel like, I agree. I would give a slight edge to vassalage here.
Yeah.
For economy.
Especially because we have a gold deficit too, so we want to keep our food high for our unique units. And plus, once we start bringing out those unique units, the upkeep on those is food. It's for food.
Yeah.
So I vassalage. We're at the point where we want to do vassalage, and that tooltip is always a little bit misleading because it will say 28 food, but then you adopt it and you actually get more than that. And I'm not. I think because the tooltip doesn't factor in the outside part, even though it says it.
Right. That makes sense.
But no, it should be interesting to see if he does make that switch later on. But still, we now have 83 science for the Hittites compared to 57. So in the time it took Egypt to gain another 10 science, the Hittites have gained about 20. So momentum gradually shifting here towards Blaj. I think this is a very well-paced game for both players. It is possible that Sabertooth missed an opportunity to end the game sooner. Again, it's hard to predict. I don't want to make it sound like I knew, 100% that would have succeeded. Definitely makes sense to play safe, but he could have missed his opportunity to close this out, and now things could start aligning against him.
Yeah. I think that opportunity Sabertooth had would have come completely down to tactics. So it is really hard to say how that would have shaken out, but it's definitely a completely different game state now.
We do have, however, the ticking clock of the Citadel finally under construction in the rider's seat. 5 turns.
5 years on that.
Yep. And that is going to be until he decides to put a Citadel. Well, you can't get any horses down in Mennefer, so yeah, that will be the only place to build 8 strength unique units, and he can upgrade his current chariots. How many does he have?
He has 5 right now. Yeah.
Right. So that could be a power spike, but he does not have the economy to do that.
Yeah.
He's building roads right now, and what I would like to see is more farms. He should be Mennefer should be littered in farms right now.
That upgrade is 100 food and 100 wood.
Yes.
Per light chariot.
Yes. So. It's going to be very difficult to pull off. Meanwhile, this is why I would have liked to... Honestly... Alright, so, wow, this is crazy. The Hittite economy is in the state that it's in while they're running vassalage. They're getting 31 food from vassalage. So I would like to see the Hittites... Too bad. I would have liked to see the Hittites go vassalage too and get their economy ramping up. But they certainly have plenty of food. Sorry, wood. Selling metal would keep the Hittite stockpiles of gold high enough such that you don't sell the resources that you want to keep.
Right.
That's a little trick as well. If you are running deficits, try to manually sell the resources. That way you don't lose the resources that you want to keep.
Right. So how exactly does that work? Like, if the game decides what resources to sell, is there a priority or?
That's a great question. I don't 100% know. I assume it just sells the best value.
Okay. Yeah.
I've never actually inspected it. I just know enough that sometimes I've been wanting my stone, and then suddenly all of my stone is gone because I was in the red.
Yeah, me too.
So now I basically don't know how it works because I don't allow the game to sell my resources anymore.
Yeah, you get ahead of it. Yeah.
I just don't let them do it, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have worker pins for mills all across the map, so that tells me he is looking to get machinery, even though it's not targeted, so that's nice. Honestly, with the science lead, scholarship is a ways away, so I definitely think he should be grabbing monasticism now, but maybe grabbing scholarship the next time it comes up might not be a bad idea. You could put... What's his best science city? Oh, I guess he doesn't have a major science city. So never mind.
I think it's looking like his capital. Talking about Hadi, right?
Yeah, but it's only 17 science, so it's not really worth...
17.8, yeah.
Yeah. The scholarship is very powerful, but only if you have, like, he's making 80 for science right now, right? If 60 of that was coming from Hattusa, then yeah, go for scholarship. But since it's not concentrated in one location, I don't think scholarship is worth it. All right, just a relatively tame environment for this match right now. Both players building up. I think this is a much better state for Blaj, though. He's being given that time to catch back up.
Yeah.
We definitely have, 4 turns to 8 strength units and 5 turns to machinery is certainly not a good place, technologically speaking, for Blaj. But Egypt needs to sort their economy out if they're going to make use of either of those advantages. Every time I look at their economy, it's practically zeroed out.
Yeah.
So you're not really going to be able to build a bunch of onagers and light lancers if you don't have any fucking resources.
No.
I do worry about the gold situation that's developing in Hadi, though. That's probably a direct result of this opinion drop here. Manichaeism has arrived in Egypt.
So what would the advantage be here for Blaj to be switching into Christianity for a state religion?
Okay, so definitely this is more of a long-term play, so I'm not necessarily in favor of it. But my suspicion here is he did that to start building disciples to give him, in addition to Jewish disciples, multiple opportunities to build monasteries. So 2 monasteries in each city is certainly better than 1 monastery in each city, because don't forget they will be giving him more science. And he's now manually spreading it to different cities.
Right.
So then and he's building another disciple because he can get his disciples out in 2 turns. So then the other thing is, in addition to that, since he's spreading it around manually, what he's probably looking to do is have more than 1 theology in each city. So right now, for example, Jewish dualism is giving him 15 science in his empire.
Yeah.
So if you spend the 600 civics, which he does have, to get dualism again, because you'd have to do 200 for the first theology and 4 for the second, he could get another 15 science pretty much instantly. So that's my guess. Yeah. My guess is he's trying to double stack theologies.
That makes sense. I actually did not know that you can choose the same theologies.
You can.
I thought if one religion chose it, then you were kind of left with what was left. But
no, as long whatever religion is in a city, it will be impacted by that theology. So now, in the ways that they don't stack, if you look over the legalism tooltip, it will say each city is minus 10% maintenance, and that says each monastery is plus 2 civics. So the one that highlights the specific building, that is always religion specific.
Right.
But that's why dualism actually isn't a bad theology, because the each city effect is actually the good effect. Like, you don't give a shit about 1 happiness on a temple, but each city having extra religion. In fact, that's the other advantage, that every time he spreads Christianity, that city's going to gain 1 science.
Right.
Because it already has the Jewish mythology. So we can go around, spread religion into all of his cities, gaining each science per spread, and then at the tail end of that, he can take 2 disciples, adopt a second dualism, and he's going to double the science that he just created.
Right. So yeah, that's a nice use of the civics, and having such a strong civic economy really opens up that possibility. Yeah,
and then if he does go double legalism and is actually able to build any monasteries, don't forget he does have the Yazakalaya. So you think his civic output is crazy now? It's only going to get even more crazy.
Right.
Because what will happen is every monastery he builds will be worth 2 civics. So if you put 2 monasteries in each city, that's another 4 civics that's also getting buffed by the Yaz. Probably more civics than necessary, but again, he can keep He'll be able to rush units almost indefinitely from any city that he wants because they're all developed now.
Yeah. Yeah. Every city is developed. Yeah. I mean, that's
the civic economy of the thing. That's how I used to play the game almost exclusively. I loved courthouses. I loved legalism monasteries. I would basically stacked. And basically, what it was is I almost never built barracks. There was a time where I was playing this. Yeah, there was a time where I was playing this game where I thought it was pointless to invest heavily in training because eventually you get to a point in the game where you can just rush everything.
right. Right.
And I would do that a lot with civics because come to the end of the game, you have 400, 500, 600 civics per turn. And what else are you going to do with it? All your laws are adopted. So you just keep rushing units.
Yeah. Just pumping out military forces.
Yeah.
Now, I see on the side of Hattie almost reaching the stockpile cap on training.
Yes.
Remind me, where does excess training go?
It becomes orders.
Orders at what rate?
The same rate that you use to purchase orders. So it's every 100 training is an order.
Okay. Okay.
And in this case, the runoff still becomes an order. So it's like, let's say with that exactly 2,000 training right now, he would generate 1.6 orders next turn off of his training. So it's actually training stockpile is not a bad one to keep at the cap because it actually translates to order economy.
Yeah, that's actually useful.
Yeah. I tend to and this isn't strategic advice. I actually think this might even be a weakness of mine because when I watch Fluffy Bunny play, who's just amazing at this game, he always has high training stockpiles, but I tend to burn mine a lot because I'm always manually buying orders in my turns.
Right. Yeah.
But it effectively works out to be the same thing because if you get up to 2,000 and then you basically start buying orders every turn anyway automatically.
Yeah, it's just auto buying them for you. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 turns on that Citadel, 3 turns on a 6th light chariot. Definitely that vassalage swap for Egypt is definitely pulling in weight for him. Honestly, this is another. I think this is a misplay here. If you look at tyranny, Egypt could swap into tyranny and solve his gold problems right now.
Absolutely, he would get way more advantage from tyranny.
I'll take a look at the Hittites. I don't believe they have that yet. No, but they would similarly solve all of their gold problems by hopping into tyranny. Such a great law. I honestly have been having a hard time justifying constitution these days to myself. I love tyranny. I'm in tyranny almost all the time in all of my games.
I mean, it makes sense, especially with the situation with specialists. He's really not getting a lot of benefit.
Yeah. I mean, 5 science is 5 science, but still, his economy would be evened out if he hops into tyranny right now.
Yeah.
And then plus, percentage-wise, it's basically a free barracks in every city. In terms of training.
Yeah, let's hope he catches that, because that could really, really shift things for him.
Yes. I definitely think the momentum is slowly beginning to shift towards Hattie. Not quite there yet, but the drift, I feel like the drift is happening.
I agree. I think, yeah, kind of like what we were saying near the beginning. I really feel like the longer this goes on, the more in favor of Hattie this is, and seeing the science production increasing so rapidly, that's putting the timer on.
And check this out.
Sabertooth now.
Yeah, check this out too. In the rider seat of Egypt, including the fact that he just added both ranges into the city, his training there is 21 training, right? If we look at the rider seat in the Hattie, he does not even have ranges yet, and he's making 27 training per turn. Because he added in those officers. I don't think... Oh, no, we do have 1 officer, but... Yeah, so there's more advantage here. Oh, he has a hero governor. That's nice. of
Yeah.
robust heroes. She's old though. She'll be on the way out soon.
Oh yeah, 69 years old. Yeah.
Oh wow, we have Hypatia too. Hypatia could give. Oh man, I want Blaj to notice this. Hypatia could give him another 14 science in his capital. He could hit 100 science per turn right now.
Ooh.
And that is a game-winning amount of science to run.
Yeah, that's a scary level of science right there.
Yeah. I mean, 100 science on turn 70 is pretty solid. That's not a bad place to be. And his opponent is still looking at 62 science. So yeah, you could get a 40 science lead on your opponent just by swapping out your governor.
Definitely an easy thing to overlook.
Yes.
Too.
Honestly, she would give 7 science or 8 science if you put her pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, even in just are there any open governor slots? Oh no.
The two that are open would give him 5 science. So yeah, any location right now. Because think about it, 5 science is currently what centralization is giving him. So for 100 civics, you could get the same amount of science that you spent 400 civics on.
Yeah.
But screw it, I would put it in the capital. Although you are getting 14 civics from that one person. Still, I don't think you need that.
Yeah, the current governor is very strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think at this point, really leaning into just snowballing science is, I think that's very smart.
Well, especially because if Blaj knows about looking at the correct tooltips, he should know that Egypt has 7 laws.
Yes.
This is one thing that I think I want to do a little bit of like a shout out in the tournament chat about, to like, hey, keep track of this stat, because it really can help determine game momentum and potential. And so if he's aware, that's one more reason to get your science up, because you just need monasticism and then you just need sovereignty, and then you're at 7 laws too. The timing. There are 2 turns to monasticism. And you have 2 full draws until you can get it. No, you have 2 draws until you get potentially 2 draws until you get sovereignty. So you could get it next turn, or you could get it, next tech, or the turn afterwards. The tech afterwards.
Right.
So, including the citadel construction time, we figure Blaj is only about 12 or so turns himself from being able to get 8 strength units.
Right.
Whereas Egypt is 3 turns away. So, that's going to be about call it a 10-turn, 8 strength advantage for Egypt, which isn't really that much. Especially if Sabertooth doesn't pull the trigger.
It's not, and that's the thing. I feel like it's going to rely entirely on being ready to just pull the trigger of, like, I feel like he kind of retreated, and I'm imagining retreating and waiting for this timer. And so we'll see if he's able to pull it off. His economy is still looking rough. Yeah, it's a tight window.
Yes. And just going back to an earlier conversation, that can be one of the advantage also of tactical retreating, because really, just to get back on an even footing, Hattie only needs to buy himself another 10 turns or so. So if you start getting advanced upon and you think, oh man, maybe I can't take this fight, just back up a little bit, get yourself in a better position. Like Hapalia is filled with woods. Maybe you can defend Hapalia better than Ankua. So if you have to give up Ankua, but you hold the line at Hapalia, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Because then, 10 turns later, even though Egypt took the city, now you're pumping out 8 strength, 3-man chariots. And yeah, I mean, we're making 73 stone per turn. That's going to be the trick here for Egypt. Both units that he wants right now, the siege units and the chariots, both cost wood, and he just has almost no wood economy. He's going to have to clear cut or full chop lots of wood on the map.
Yeah.
He could eventually grab forestry. It is in the deck. It's actually coming up next if he wants it. He'd have to toss Civic Boost, though, which I feel like he's not going to toss. He needs that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what he chooses there. I feel like he must be aware of how desperately he needs a bit more wood production here.
Yeah. And he does have some forest respawning along this river. It looks like he just chopped
Yeah,
another one again, actually.
he did. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he just did a single chop.
Clear cutting in the north. Oh, we're having a monastery built from um, Egypt up in the cleric seat. And this is another example of why I love the Yaz Wonder on the Hittites, just to math it out again. So the cleric monastery with legalism in tow doubles that 2 civics to 4 civics, right? So you figure every cleric city with a monastery in it is getting an extra 2 civics per turn. But because the Hittites are the Hittites and they built the Yaz, they're automatically getting an extra 2 civics in all of their cities anyway. So it's almost like the Yaz Kalayar for the Hittites is essentially worth legalism monasteries in their empire. It's such an underrated wonder,
Right.
I think.
Hmm. Other wonders do we have available in this game?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. I haven't even checked. The Colosseum is in the game.
It is.
Let's do a quick check then. Our best.
Heliopolis is in the game.
Wow, that would be massive. All right, so the closest city to legendary for Egypt is Menefer, with their 15 festivals that they built. 75 turns away, so that's probably not happening in this game. Let's see where we are at with our good friend the Hittites. We're 80 turns away in the capital, but we have another wonder in tow, so that could get sped up. But I feel like we're not going to see legendaries in this turn. You could,
Yeah.
you could opt to build the Necropolis. Do we have a hill for it? We do have a hill for it. In Hattusa, that would be another 22 culture per turn. And that should be enough to get you where you need to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a ways away. That would be at least another 30 or 40 turns away, I think. It's interesting. You can look at a number like saying, we're 80 turns away from legendary. It is possible to cut that in half.
Yeah, for sure.
But
it would have to take a pretty dedicated and decisive effort to do that, though, right? Like, say,
yeah,
okay, this is going to be my play.
yeah.
And I feel like that would be more of like, in case this goes longer,
Yes.
because I think we're looking at like a 8 strength timing on both nations, but we'll see if
We're
they
getting
push.
a pause timer here. They did say that they're
Oh,
only
yeah.
playing about 2 hours today, so we could be coming to a close for this session. If I recall correctly. Or maybe that was somebody else. I think Mojo said he was playing 2 hours today. Never mind.
Yeah, I think Blaj, I didn't catch what time. Said go like 1.5 more hours. So I don't know how long ago that
This
was.
looks like it's just a break then.
Yeah, just a quick little.
All right. On that note, I'm going to swap over to... I'm on the Hittite now. I'm going to leave it on the center map here, and I'm going to take a quick break myself and leave you fine folks with Anarchos.
All right, thanks, Sion. So they're still paused here. I think 1 more minute and they should be back. We're rolling over. So 2 Hattie's turn here. look at some of the events. Some border tiles in Ugarit. Looking at more archives in Hadi, and we do see a heavy chariot coming out of Adana. I know you guys can't see, but we do have a heavy chariot coming out from the Hittites. Still building some Christian disciples, going through events here. Anything interesting? An instructive monkey. Can get some extra science here. That could really help. You may be able to finish monasticism this turn if he takes that. Graded governor. Yes, and so he did take a science boost here from an event. So that finished up monasticism. And I imagine at this point he will be selecting between polytheism and monotheism. 5 orders a year for monotheism. Likely going to be looking at monotheism, but we'll see what he chooses. And he is teching into sovereignty. So sovereignty has come up. And he's chosen it, and he's about 2 years away on sovereignty for Hadi. So putting out Christian disciples, I guess we are going to be looking at getting monasteries up. So really solidifying that science lead. Yeah, so Hadi is currently at 86 science, whereas Egypt is at 62 science. Egypt has started to rise a little bit in their science production over the past 5 turns or so. So recovering a little bit that way. But I'm seeing some monasteries being started. Trying to get food production back up. So I'm seeing some granaries being completed.
All right, I'm back. We
As
have monasticism unlocked for the Hittites.
Yeah, and right into sovereignty.
So that seemed a little quick. I feel like they must have got a science boost event there because we're also.
Yeah, so yeah, I
Yeah.
did catch the event. It was a pet monkey event,
Oh,
and they took the
wow.
science, and that completed off monasticism and took a big chunk out of sovereignty. So
This
nice little fortunate event there.
this is incredible. So we are 2 turns away from
Yeah.
7 laws on the Hittites now. Bringing
Yes.
him, we're getting a monastery up. That's our first legalism monastery. It's still, let me check. We haven't adopted any other theology that I wouldn't be surprised if we hold off on that due to law timing.
Yeah, so we have 2 monasteries coming up now. We have a heavy chariot coming up in Adana.
Oh, this is incredible.
Things are looking pretty good
We
for the Hittites here.
This is unfortunate. Though. We're not adding in that other stronghold up in Halab. We're building a barracks. Are we doing? Oh, we do have our other stronghold in Maladia, though. That's great. Great. All right, so things are looking up for Blaj. We are 2 turns away from 7 laws, which means we're 7 turns away from our 8 strength unit on the Hittite side, while the Egyptians are now only 2 turns away from their 8 strength unit. That means Blaj has to only buy 5 turns before he will have tech and unit strength parity with his opponent, with the exception of the fact that Blaj is almost about to get onagers. But since he's getting sovereignty, he's actually not that far away from onagers himself. And his science rate, we had a bit of a spike here for Egypt as well. It's now 73 science on Egypt to 88 on.
Yeah, I noticed a bit of a recovery coming for Egypt.
Yep.
Yeah, Hadi right now is farming away. So seeing that need for food,
Yep.
really pushing out a lot of farms. Yeah, I think they're aware of the timing.
This is great. This is the type of stuff that you want to see. If you have a deficit, don't take one worker to build a farm and another worker build a mine. Just take all your workers, run to the best spot you can find, and just build a bunch of farms right away. That's something that we're not really seeing over here on Sabertooth's side. His workers aren't really bringing his economy back online. I guess 73 food is pretty solid, but if I know that I'm going to be upgrading to light lancers and I'm going to hopefully be building more light lancers, it's like, well, I need a lot of farms.
Yeah. How many workers? I'm going to take a look here and see. Workers produced 28 on the part of Blaj and 15 on the part of Sabertooth.
28 workers in Hattie? Wow.
That's correct. So almost double worker production.
I feel like that went up since the last time I checked that stat. I feel like it wasn't that high on Blaj the last time I checked.
Yeah, I feel like the past 10 turns or so, ever since things have stabilized, I've been seeing workers coming out on Hattie's side.
Yeah, there was that turn where I kind of was like, oh, hey, he's not building military units anywhere. And I think at least 4 build queues were building a worker, so yeah.
Yeah, and these like kind of newly, defended frontier cities, there was workers coming out of all of those.
Yep.
So getting some improvements in on the frontier in the center. So that all of these things are counting against this game going on longer for Sabertooth.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and chat's pointing out that the worker stat will count disciples as well, so let's take a quick look there. We can break it down for our viewers, and I will do that now. We have, it's not breaking it down. So, that would be fun. Mohawk, if you catch this, maybe we can get a worker/disciple tooltip here. But yes, it will account, and we do have disciples on the Egyptian side, at least 1, 2, so still 3, a third disciple. But yeah, we built about 5 or 6 disciples, I think, for the Hittites as well.
Right.
So.
That makes sense. Yeah, it looks like 16 current workers in Hattie.
Yeah, this is evening out, and
12 in Egypt.
12 in Egypt.
Yeah.
Oh, right. The UI will actually tell us there. So yeah, 12 workers in Egypt. I forgot about that part. Yeah, good eye. And then we'll have 16 actual workers. So 16 workers on the Hittite side, 12 on Egypt. Yeah, it seems as if Sabertooth had a slight edge there, militarily speaking, early in the first half and going into this half. But it looks like he got a little spooked and decided, hey, I have this advantage coming online. I have my 8th strength unit coming online. Let me just wait and build up, go for that. But we have a really impressive recovery here from the Hittites, and I think things are going to end up being a lot more even now than they were 10 or 15 turns ago.
I agree. I think Blaj is playing this portion of the game very well. Yeah. Understanding, sort of sensing that hesitancy from Sabertooth to commit to an attack, and understanding, okay, if I keep my army here posturing, that's going to give me space to develop what I want to develop. Throw in some wonders, increase my civics production, increase my science, and now we're at a point where, it's that time that was bought is going to turn against Sabertooth, I think.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because, again, I don't know what the correct call is here. I'm just fully stating that right here. It's the hardest thing to figure out when to attack, but it's just so devastating to look at the damage that you can do with these light chariots right here. Obviously, at this stage, you're just 2 turns away from 8 strength units. Right now, you definitely wait. But just to think that in the last 15 or 20 turns, you could be coming in here and in 3 hits, you could kill 1 spear.
Yeah.
So, and plus you have that ballista with, oh man, look at that damage from that ballista. You have a ballista with a zealot on it. So
with the zealot leader on it, yeah.
this who's to say what the right call is? But if Blaj does end up taking this long term, I definitely think it will be one of those questions for this match. Was should have Sabertooth just taken his advantage 10 turns ago when he had it and just go all in and see how it pans out.
Yeah.
At that time when we started up, Hattie didn't even have 4 laws to build their heavy chariot, and now not only do we have heavy chariots coming out, we're literally 1 law away from the ability to start building citadels. So it's a huge momentum shift in just 15-20 turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Hattie had 2 laws adopted when we started this part.
It was 3.
Was it 3? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and this is one of the other boosts. We still have cities generating archives. Really love to see this. Again, it's just 1 extra science in the city itself, but the main benefit is you're getting that 20 science boost, that 10 to 20 science boost, which if you're trying to as hard as you can to get to a specific target, which we are with the sovereignty here, every boost counts. Something like as simple as an archive 2 could literally shave 1 entire turn off of your next technology. And then that one, in the case of something like law timing, right? If you add it all up, 1 turn shaved off of the whole timing it takes you to get that technology means that's 1 more turn before you start your citadel, which means it's 1 more turn before you can actually start building and upgrade those units.
Yeah.
Every turn counts.
Yeah, and just taking a closer look at Archive, which I haven't looked at too deeply. Even like Archive 3, 30 science on completion and 4 science a year is not a joke. Like that can add up.
Yep, and then the other thing is too to think of when we have the high civic productions in these cities. It's like it's easy to think, oh well, it's only 20 science, or even like the net yield from Archive 1 to Archive 2 is only 0.9 science in the capital here. But look at this, it's only going to take us 2 turns, so why not?
Yeah,
this is basically an extra 10 science per turn for the 2 turns it takes us to build this archive.
Yeah,
why not do it?
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons. Yeah, we have Archive 3 right here. The same thing up in this northern patron seat. It's a 30 science boost that takes us 3 turns to build. So that means we just get an extra 10 science per turn every turn effectively for the next 3 turns when that it takes to build that. So if you combine that with what we can do in the capital, right, that Archive 2, that is just from archives in 2 cities, an effective boost for the next few turns of 20 science per turn.
Right.
How do you say no to that?
That's almost 20% science less than, but
yeah,
that's a lot.
Of course, it's it's not, and basically that's how I value it. I'm not thinking it long term. Yes, I can understand the argument there about being like, hey, is it worth it? But think about if we're trying to get to a specific target. If you have something like Bodkin Arrow queued in your tech queue, and it's going to take you 10 turns to research that, but you have 10 cities that can all pop out on Archive 2. Well, you're basically transferring that build queue time into reducing the time it takes you to get that key technology, and now suddenly you can get longbows in 8 turns instead of 10 turns, and that, in my opinion, is super worth it. Of course, as with anything, it's a trade-off. Like, if you need the military units, then of course build military units. I still would like to see some more military unit production here. We do have an axe and a chariot coming out. They are both similar. Let's take a look at that power graph for sure. Actually, this is going to be the problem for Blaj, is not only are the units better, Egypt has actually overtaken him in actual power.
Right. So yeah, again, that just makes me think about like this this window of opportunity that Sabertooth may have here.
Yeah. But as if passing the ball back and forth, now if we go across to Egypt and look at all the build queues in Egypt, not a single city is building a military unit.
Right.
He's actually opting for another worker in his city. Oh, we do have our first 8th strength unit on the map. We have an upgraded mounted lancer in the seat. The citadel is finished.
There it is. Nice.
So that's 1.
Healer plus 1 HP a year because of the shrine.
Yep. So there are 2 currently, and he has the ability to get 4 more. And 6
Very nice.
mounted
The
lancers.
economy's looking a lot better on the part of Egypt here.
Yep, he
swapped into tyranny.
100%. Yep, he realized
on.
the swap. That's great.
That's
Making 240 gold from tyranny. What a great law.
Yeah.
Yep, he has tyranny and vassalage.
Yeah. Good law choices here.
Yep. We want to see, really, we got this late aristocracy for Blaj, and I really think, I mean, his science is doing great right now, but I really think opting for centralization over vassalage right now was a mistake. Hopefully he'll realize that, well, I mean, let's take a look at this. Yeah, no question. I assume that Blaj will take tyranny as well.
It would be very hard to make an argument for a constitution in that spot.
Unless he was planning on spamming decrees from the capital, but you could do that once the battle starts.
Yeah. That is a good point. Really good use case of that, actually. When you're in the thick of it, to be able to just spam out decrees can give a great edge.
Yeah, so this, oh man, this is a massively promoted unit back here. Heckler, Highlander, Combat 2, crazy. Yeah, so this is such an interesting map because even though it's been a match, even though it's been a slow build-up after some intense conflict in the first half going to second, I really feel like this could go either way.
I agree. I think it's going to have everything to do with
timing.
Who decides to pull the trigger. Like if Sabertooth pulls the trigger in the next kind of few turns as he upgrades his units, that could decide things.
Yes. Let's take a look at this mounted lancer action. In fact, this is just a regular one without any real promotion. Walk up here. We're going to do 9 damage to a spear.
9 to a spear, yeah.
8 even on one that is on an urban tile. And again, these are highly, highly mobile units. You have a zealot on the throne. You have a ballista. So I think just 6 mounted lancers and this ballista could come into this section and really, really ruin Blaj's day. The clock is ticking. It's just all going to be a matter of how confident and aggressive a player Sabertooth is. Comfortable being.
Yeah.
Question in the chat asking about the very thing we're discussing. The current law count is 7 for Egypt. They have just finished their citadel, and they are beginning to upgrade their light lancers into, their light chariots into mounted lancers now. On the other side, with the Hittites, however, we just got our 7th law. Oh, what did we do? We don't have the civics to adopt it. You didn't. He went for a theology.
That's a bit of a missight.
He went for the theology first. Hittites are also double stacking religions. We have 2 mythologies. We have that's a misplay. We're going to be...
He may be thinking he has a bit more time.
Oh, that's awful. We could have started that stronghold now, giving us exactly 6 turns until we can start producing our own 8 strength units. With the other issue is we were behind on law timing in general, so this chariot right here is literally going to be our first unique unit in the game on turn 73.
First one coming. And not to mention the just immediate and massive difference adopting tyranny would give for Blaj.
Yep. I would
plus 192 when you're deep in the red.
Yeah.
That would
that complete his economy is fantastic. He does have great stone, great iron, decent food, but I would really love to see adopting tyranny here in a swap to vassalage. And maybe even honestly, he should be off of freedom. He should be on slavery too. So I think that a big misplay, this is also going to be for Blaj's benefit if he ever happens to rewatch this video and maybe the match doesn't go his way. I would say a misplay on his part was dumping the civics and swapping into Christianity and adopting these theologies. It could definitely be strong long term, but you have some housekeeping that you need to do on the law front here. You need to be in vassalage, you need to be in slavery, and you need to be have 7 laws right now. Then, sure, you're making 125 civics per turn. By all means, do the Christianity thing. But
Honestly, I feel like there's this thing that like I've experienced where if I'm swimming in civics, sometimes it'll be like, oh, okay, now I'll take this, and then suddenly, oh, my civic stockpile is low for the first time in 15 turns.
this is going to
So
be,
it could have been something like that.
yeah, of course.
Easy to overlook things like that for sure.
This is going to be such a bummer, though. I'm going to feel so bad because I feel like it's any minute now. Egypt is going to be ready to crash into Hattie and basically end the game. And yet, if we look at the science progression, Blaj has come from behind so massively. They now have 100 science per turn coming in on this turn compared to 68 to Egypt. With more time, this really will hinge on Sabertooth's ability to read the situation and launch a full-scale attack on his opponent.
Absolutely.
But that's why I'm really feeling bad about that, not adopting that 7th law now, because Blaj, whether he knows it or not, it's every single turn counts right now to catch up.
Yeah.
Militarily and actually give himself a defense. Family opinion. The other reason why I don't like that swap from the religion here is family opinion has taken a bit of a nosedive too, because the Jews no longer. Just 20 turns ago, the Jews were in love with the Hittites, but now we have negative opinions. So
yeah, they were struggling, and seeing that negative opinion on the Riders family it's not a nice thing to look at. If Sabertooth is coming at you.
Yep. That will amount to a deficit, a combat deficit there. Definitely a close game, definitely a tense game. Opting for Civics Boost instead of Forestry or Battle Line. That will help us rush out another Mounted Lancer, so I can understand the logic there. I might still opt for Forestry just to get some upkeep coming and just really put that whole economy in the green.
Yeah, that's a thin choice. I feel like being able to rush out a unit here might be... If he's gearing up for sort of like an endgame conflict here in the center, I feel like the edge probably goes to the Civics boost, but
of course.
The Forestry still doing the like single chops though. So
yeah.
Counting on these forestry growing.
Yep, he'll be able to upgrade another Mounted Lancer this turn once he he can afford it right now. He doesn't even need to chop.
Yeah.
Both players are running out of woods.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go. One more Mounted Lancer. Coming in hot. Really tough spot for Blaj. Almost
4
one of
light chariots, 2 mounted lancers right now.
Yep. He does have the ability to upgrade one more, and I suspect he's gonna. Yep, he just did it. Now I want to take a look at this damage it can do. This, oh my goodness,
this unit.
I know this unit with its heckler on a hill can come over to this hill just outside of Ankur, and it will do 12 damage to that spear in the urban. Even being 2 tiles away, firing into urban. That is just awful. It actually does, because of the hill bonus, it actually does more damage further away from that spear than it would if it were directly next to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just noticing that. Yeah.
Crazy. Yep. It's one of those situations where I just feel bad for Blaj. I wish he could anticipate this and just back his units up a little bit. It doesn't matter if you lose a city or 2. Just buy yourself 5 more turns to get your own 8 strength units into the field.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be so interesting to see if that happens.
Turn it up ended up being a lot closer than I was expecting it to be when I first began tuning into this game earlier. Again, I had missed the first half, so I was just catching up, and yeah, no, things looked pretty definitive for Sabertooth, but Blaj has mounted a very lovely comeback. We still
really
have...
well played.
Yeah. We still have an ace in the hole. The Hittites have a 29-year-old zealot. So in theory... And, I mean, I guess the Egyptian zealot is 41 years old, so... But in theory, we could enlist some mounted lancers, but they'd probably just die instantly. Yeah, we're spreading our monasteries around. Not necessarily a bad play, but would like to see more military units.
Yeah, we're still...
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So this is something I really appreciate, though, from Blaj. He did realize he made a blunder, and he needs the civics, and he opted to run council in his two best civic production cities. So now he does have the civics to adopt a law. That's really good reaction from him. One of the super important things of using council.
Potential free chariot could be a decent pickup here.
Sure, certainly having a unit that can route would be handy. He does have his first chariot in the field. I probably, in his case, would actually... What would I do? Honestly, with my science now, I'd probably grab Polis and I'd just start running up to Bodkin. Because you could get the 2 free arrows off of Manor if you make it. And then if you actually make it to Bodkin, you can unlock, upgrade every slinger into a longbow.
Yeah, just beeline through there.
Yeah, so I think in this situation as Blaj, I would be beelining to Bodkin right now.
Yeah.
Especially because there's so much open terrain. There's so many hilly terrains. Oh, wow, he's backing up. I kind of like this, that he's posturing himself behind the city. That's important. Would like to see more units back up here. Force your opponent to come to you. Of course, mounted lancers can bridge that gap. Look at this. Look at this stupid lancer all the way back at Timohor. It can come all the way to the city. Crazy. I love that unit. It's my favorite unit. It's just... Oh, man. It's so good. All right, we're going for drama. I hate that. Not a fan of that. I would have done either Spoked Wheel or Polis.
Yeah, drama doesn't really get us anywhere, I guess.
There's nothing.
Philosophy?
If he could be thinking crazy long term. Oh, yeah. What if he's thinking iconography? I don't think he has the time for that, but he's already putting 2 monasteries in each city. So if he adopts iconography, that would just supercharge his training production.
Yeah, that would be disgusting. I mean, there's a chance that he does feel like he has the time. I almost get the suspicion he does.
Of course, sure.
Yeah.
I just feel like it would be better to just try to get longbows into the field.
Agreed. Yeah. Moving through forestry, get an actual wood economy, and being able to... There's quite a lot of slingers. Even being able to upgrade those to archers is going to make a big difference.
That would be very, very helpful.
Got a huge wood stockpile.
The great thing about the Lancer situation for Blaj is, thankfully, those units cannot route.
Right.
So even though they will be able to focus fire and kill whatever the hell they want, it's only still going to be, 6 units that are really powerful, killing as many units as they can without the ability to route. In fact, Egypt doesn't have any routing on their side, so that's another reason why to get these unique units online as quickly as possible, because the Hittites will be the only people who can route.
Yeah.
So we did adopt that law this turn. We went for Constitution, dear God.
Oh. That's a surprise.
Yeah, we have 100 science per turn. We don't. Although I think probably the issue here, this is another thing that, because again, we have perfect knowledge of the game, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Hittites are looking at Egypt and still see that Egypt is learned.
And that's part of that like mind game too, like seeing similar, learned. Okay, I need to catch up science. Feeling like stalemated.
Yep.
Militarily, it would make sense to think, okay, I'm still catching up on science, and we can even see like the archives still being built and still moving disciples. It doesn't seem like the Hittites would be anticipating an attack here, but
and that's one of the interesting things. That's one of the interesting things about that stat that said that the nation is learned, right? Because it's like if we look at the science production, the real reason why Egypt is learned is because of that massive lead that they had for the first 50 turns. But now we have the massive actual lead in terms of science rate. So at 100 science per turn, Blaj could actually stop investing in science right now and probably be fine for the rest of the game.
Oh yeah, you could coast on that. I guess that is like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's linked to technologies discovered, likely that learned.
Yes.
Yeah, so 21 for Sabertooth versus 17 for Hattie. So yeah, still feeling like he's more behind than he actually is.
Well, forgive me, it's not actually technology discovered. What it is, it's total invested science.
Oh, okay.
So for example, scholarship is 600 science, right? If you had scholarship and I get sovereignty, which is 200 science, and let's just pretend for the sake of the argument we have no other technologies, you're going to be learned because you have 3 times as much science invested as I do.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
So that's why those early opening leads, if you start with something like a schemer or whatever, this can translate to an actual in-game advantage, right? You have more advanced units. Obviously, Egypt here had their law timing online better than Hattie does. So clearly there's an advantage here, but it can be deceptive because once now, as Hittites in this realm of starting to even things out, they're still showing that they're behind in science, even though that their science rate is actually significantly better.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. Apparently, the graph now adds total science. Yes, okay, so this is the example. Throughout the game so far, Sabertooth has generated 3,358 science to Blaj's 2,673. So there's still a bit of catching up here, but he's generating an extra 25 science per turn. And like you said, I think Blaj could coast on 100 science per turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's a nice rate of science. I'm looking at Egypt has an 8-year-old heir right now. So that's a little bit awkward.
Could open up an opportunity. Could open up an opportunity for a nice surprise regent.
Yeah.
But she's 42, so I suspect she's not going to die anytime soon.
Let's hope not.
All right. We have 3 mounted lancers and 3 light chariots. I'm going to assume that Sabertooth is going to take the time to pull these chariots back and upgrade them. So if we assume he does at least 1 per turn, then that will give Blaj at least 3 more turns before Sabertooth decides he's ready to attack.
Yeah.
This is wild, man. This is wild.
And for Hattie, Axeman right here on the front lines at Nkua. We do have an Axeman coming up from the northwest, Halab, but still, very little military production. Probably just doing enough to keep that similar.
Well, what is disappointing me is that last turn we did not start our citadel. We got our law, but we did not start our citadel. We didn't have a free worker, but we actually know because we have a worker. This worker up here by the volcanoes in Halab started a quarry. That whether it took a force march or not, that worker should have been sent to Adana and started a citadel.
Yeah.
This is such a harrowing game to watch, and I hope Blaj decides to take a look at the commentary here, because this is the type of thing that's going to demonstrate every single turn counts. Because I literally think, I think the game is clearly leaning for Sabertooth, but it's like, it's not definitive. It's these tiny little decisions of losing a turn here, losing a turn there, is causing it to slip away, like the potential to salvage a win, slip away from Blaj.
For sure, and I feel like that's, a testament to a game well matched and a game well played.
Of course.
Yeah, Blaj has been this kind of section of the game. It's been really nice seeing this really robust recovery.
I mean, it's amazing. He has 1,000 food in the bank, so not food, lumber. So it's like
tons of wood.
His economy is fine. He has all sorts of potential here, but now he's just very in heavy econ mode here on his side of the map, and we need to see more defense. He's going to need more bodies to defend that attack once it comes.
So this is interesting. I'm seeing on the side of Egypt some council, and I would imagine that's partly for a little bit of economy, but I'm wondering if he's going to start trying to collect some money here for enlists. If he is thinking about pushing or some civics for enlist.
I suspect that's what he's looking to do, and he did upgrade that one Lancer in that turn, so there are 2 left to go, which effectively means 2 more turns until he's fully ready to hurl those across the map at his opponent.
Yeah, and getting a scout out in Moisset, so that scout might just like beeline right in, just take a look.
Yep.
And that could be the groundwork for this push.
Oh yeah, he's definitely going to take a pick. You could literally get that scout to the border, take 1 turn, force march it in, take a nice good look around, see what you have to work with, and then just attack next turn.
Yeah.
Definitely running out of time for Blaj. It's a real shame because he really has had a wonderful session here. It's just so much of a rebound in terms of just building himself a strong, lasting position, but really not just hammering up the priority of these citadels. Has he imported? He still hasn't imported horse supply. He has his stronghold in Maladia, but he needs to import horses there. And instead, we've built a miner. So that's like these tiny little things are going to add up. You don't have a stronghold up in Halab. This is 3 cities that could be building him, at the very least, heavy chariots. He's not even building a second heavy chariot now. We're building a disciple. So, Blaj, if you watch this after the fact, you've played incredibly well, but there's a portion of your economy here, there's a portion of your development that you need to be dedicating towards military in a serious way, just because you don't know when your opponent is just going to launch themselves across the border and start taking you down. And that's another interesting thing about the similar power scale, because they're still similar, right? It's wild.
And battle line here. So potentially some upgrades.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I think that could help a lot. Only 3 turns to that as well. And economically quite strong. So those are going to be actually feasible upgrades.
Yep, I just think maybe Blaj just needed the damn music playing on his side of the map.
Sometimes you got to take drama just for the music.
Yeah, sometimes. Soren Johnson is just pranking us. He thought it was a funny idea 20 years ago, and he just decided to do it again in this game. But for some reason, it's like both games. See, Civ 4 and and this are like award. I don't think this won a Grammy, but I think it was nominated. It's like award-winning soundtrack, and Soren's just all like, "Hey, you don't get to listen to it unless you actually
Yeah.
get like, a third of the way into the tech tree."
Yeah. I think it's funny.
It's just the most
I mean,
troll thing.
I actually I love this like almost like fourth wall meta breaking thing of like if you want the music, you have to deviate your tech path. Like I kind of like that.
That's
There's something interesting there.
oh, it drives me nuts. Yeah, man, this is gonna hurt.
Nice to see some military production from Sabertooth, anticipating being able to reinforce.
Yeah, and that's the problem that we're going to run into is because he actually hasn't been spending that much time in the last 10 to 20 turns building military units, but he's swapping over now, and that's the type of thing that Blaj doesn't know is coming.
Yeah.
We need more build up from Blaj.
Yeah, I can even looking into some of the Egypt cities, there's like instances where he's kind of queued the military unit ahead. So to me that reads like he's making a decision that he's going to push, and he popped those units right ahead in the queue.
Yeah. Yep, and in one more turn we'll have the final Lancer, I believe, ready to go. Yep, we have this turn to upgrade, and we'll have one more turn, and then next turn we'll also have the correct number of civics to do at least one enlist. To be honest, I don't think I like... Well, I mean, I guess the extra movement on the ballista makes sense, so never mind. Maybe Chariot on the ballista makes sense. Not Chariot, Zealot on the ballista makes sense.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. It seems like a decent spot for the queen.
No horses improved up here in Quito for Egypt, but I mean, I guess you don't really have much potential. 5 turns away from being able to build your new unique unit there. But the one reason why I like that, because it takes 7 turns to get a mounted lancer from this seat. So rushing will become a component, and I like to give myself multiple cities I can rush from. So you could always rush a light chariot and then send it over to Timihor and upgrade it. It does make it more expensive, but it still gets you units quicker. All right, we have a scout from Egypt. I don't think I caught this. We have a scout up here in Egypt. From Egypt, overlooking the volcano of Adi. He does have this other scout in Wasset coming out, so he's going to have 2 scouts. All right, we are finally getting horse supply in Maladia. Love to see it. And our stronghold in Halab. Perfect.
Okay, yeah.
A little bit behind there, but always better late than never, I suppose. Did we just upgrade something? Oh, we're upgrading and we're promoting. We have plenty of training on Egypt, so we're upgrading and promoting Lancers. Disgusting. We have Eagle Eye. We have Highlander. Another Eagle Eye. Crazy.
Eagle Eye's pretty nasty on those.
Oh, it's terrifying. It's terrible. 3 tiles away and you can do 10 damage to a spear. Gross. Crazy. Yep.
Yeah, just one more light chariot for upgrade.
Yep, so I suspect we're probably about 3 turns away from an attack. 1 turn to upgrade, another turn to get into position, and maybe 1 more turn to do a quick peek around the entire Hittite Empire with your scout, and then go.
Yeah. I will be back shortly, about 2 minutes.
Okay. really, really harrowing position to be in for the Hittites. These Lancers are just going to be able to go wherever the hell they want. You are even able to force march into pretty much to flank any city. In theory, with enough mounted lancers, you could get up into a position, and you could literally just... Because look how far the spears can go, right? They can go this far. This is my favorite unit in the game. The mounted lancer is my favorite unit in the game. And the reason for that is you put all 6 of those fuckers right here, right? Or like back here, just in case. And then you can force march directly to Adana, or into the heart of the Empire. With 6 of them, you'd be able to... Let's do the damage here. Alright, that's actually not great. What about up here? Okay, up here. 6 mounted lancers could take Ugarit in 1 turn. And I already mathed it out earlier when there were light lancers... light chariots here. That with force march, you can actually get this deep. So really, just ignore the army, blitz past them with 6 mounted lancers, and start taking their cities instantly. What are they going to do? Look at the reaction time. Where the hell are they going to go? This is the furthest spear away. This is the furthest spear. They can't even... A spear couldn't even force march. Let's actually check this. Could you force march back to the same city with this spear? No, you can't. So literally... Mounted lancers right here could make it to this city with a force march. And this spear that is in Hittite territory couldn't even make it to this city. Gross. Gross. Who needs to fight a battle when you can just blitz? And that is why I think that unit is one of the best in the game. Of course, to be clear, that's an incredibly risky strategy. But, I mean, shit, if you have 6 of them and the orders to make it, it's really difficult to respond to. Really want to see more chariots coming up in online here. Let's see what one of these guys can do to a heavy right now. Yeah, 8 damage to a heavy. What would a heavy do in response? Only 5. Yeah.
And I'm back.
This would be much better if it was also an 8 strength unit, because you are going to get that bonus on flatland for the heavy. So technically speaking, the heavies would be better in this terrain than the lancers, as long as the heavies can hit their target.
So we have a hero on that heavy chariot.
Yep. Let's see if this... I don't think our insane zealot heir is on a unit. That is something we'll want to take care of too as Blaj. In case we need to abdicate and enlist.
Yeah.
Also, that zealot on the throne would be a lot of bonus movement too.
Yeah, in this spot, do you think it would be worth an abdication once aggression starts?
Well, let's take a look at the legitimacy. Yeah, I think the legitimacy is high enough. We have an ambition that we're probably not going to get able to get done anyway, so...
right.
How old are we? We're 55. You could probably just wait it out.
Yeah.
We're old enough, but... certainly if war breaks out, I would probably immediately abdicate. Although, I guess the commander on a... If I can get my 8 strength units, I guess a commander on a heavy chariot would be pretty awesome for flanking.
Yeah.
But hard to say no to enlist. And we have 100 civics per turn. We could enlist every 4 turns.
That's the thing. Yeah, absolutely. With that civic income and that ability to enlist.
Yeah. Such a wonderful combination. Hate to see the Hittites lose. They're legit.
Yeah, they have a good record so far in the tournament, don't they?
They're also my personal favorite faction in the entire game, so this is going to be heartbreaking.
Right. Well, and even the thing about this that I love is this is also going to come down to some tactics too, right?
Yeah.
I've definitely seen situations where it seems heavily in favor and a few tactical misplays and it can completely change. So
sure. Yep, no, Blaj is not out of this yet. I definitely think the clock is ticking, though, because I believe we upgraded our last mounted lancer last turn as the Egyptians. Nope, one more to go.
One more to go.
Yeah. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Goods boost. Oh, and look what happened out of nowhere. Now, we have 111 science per turn on Sabertooth. Wow. Look at that jump.
That's wild.
Wild. I have no idea where that came from.
Yeah, where is that coming from? 37.5 science.
Oh. At least dualism probably helped. I don't think Zoroastrianism had dualism on it. Oh no, because he still has 400 civics. Yeah, I'm not really sure how that happened so quickly. Huh. Well, very cool.
Yeah,
oh.
3 turns.
Look at this. Look where the Lancers are headed.
Okay. Interesting.
But Blaj is going to spot that because of that ship.
Yeah.
Yes, Metaphor is still autonomous with its amazing 16 festivals for this game. It's just been partying all game long.
Oh, yeah. Best place in the world.
Beautiful happiness level 3. We have a scholar governor. Yeah, let's take a look. That's 7.7. Yeah, not a lot. 8.8. Let's see if we ever decided to put Hypatia in anywhere. On the Hittites. Hittites got a Hypatia. Had a possible 14 science off of her, but it doesn't look like she made it into any city. Yeah, she's dead.
Ah. It's a shame.
That is a shame.
So yeah, like neck and neck in science now.
Autonomous cities. Just responding to chat real quick. Autonomous cities will build stuff if you give them stuff to build. So the problem here is that this city hasn't been improved all that much. That's why we have the 16 festivals, because they didn't have anything else left to build.
Yeah, they were definitely building specialists as they were able.
Yeah.
Like immediately when they were able to, they were, but aside from that, yeah.
That's actually why we're getting a stonecutter right here in a random quarry. Because the city automation is like, hey, look, something I can do.
Yeah.
But yes, they do love to party. Huh. Goods boost. Well, we have hydraulics and doctrine. I mean, I guess we just need the boost, but probably grab. No, I mean, I guess the boost is fine.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, so for Blaj in this session, very well played, but I would say the big misplay in my mind is swapping to Christianity and trying to do the greedy disciple thing. We have... Oh, this is nightmarish. We have a worker working in Adana, but it's building a courthouse. Blaj, no! You need your 8 strength unit, my friend.
Uh-oh.
You have 7 laws. I think I need to make a post about this in the tournament thing. Now that I think we have one more round 1 game left to be played, and then everybody's either in round 2 or down in eliminations. So I think highlighting the importance of 7 laws for everybody. I mean, one reason why I don't is because I don't want to dictate the meta, right? But man, having 7 laws and not building your citadel right away when you... Oh, we're not in a strong culture city. That's why we didn't do it. That's my bad.
Yeah.
My bad, Blaj. All's forgiven. You can't even do it. Never mind. We're 15 turns away. Yeah, okay. So this is terrible. This is terrible.
Even rougher.
He has no strong cultured cities in any of his places that can build. So his only other option... Wait, is he building a... He could build a citadel in the capital, and I think he can still send his... Yeah, he can still send his 3-mans over to upgrade in Hattusa. So he could go do that route. But there's not even a stronghold in Hattusa yet.
There's not even a stronghold, no. Just the garrison. And... yeah, Hupisna, just a garrison.
Alcaris in the chat says that could be why he got drama, and I fully buy into that. That certainly would be the play here, except my only issue is he's building a courthouse and not an Odeon in Adana. So, but yes, drama would certainly alleviate that issue 100%, but we got to get those... Oh, we have a Jebel Barkal on the way? 5 turns on Jebel Barkal. Missed this. This is going to be delightful.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that as well.
This is great. So that's actually going to be a huge boost to his culture production and a massive boost to his order production. So that's going to be really, really great. Wow. Love to see that. 5 turns, but again, Egypt could end this, and Blaj just let him know. He was like, "Oh, I want Jebel Barkal to pop off," and Egypt could say, "Well, no, I don't want you to get it."
I wonder if that's in response to the Byreme spotting out the Mounted Lancer here.
Oh, I hope Blaj. It's literally just 1 tile. But Blaj should be able to see this.
Yeah.
And if he misses it, that's going to be quite the piece of information to miss, because your opponent has 8 strength units, and now Blaj does officially know that his opponent has 8 strength units. I completely missed the whole culture situation in Hattie, so I feel bad now about the whole citadel thing. But yeah, no, he needs culture now. Awful. That's one reason. This is the Jewish holy site. One of the benefits of getting the Jewish holy site in your military hub is that if you have the resources, you can go ahead and build that wonder, and that's a 20% culture boost. The religious wonder.
Yeah. Yeah. That definitely would have been a nice pickup.
Alcaris, you are insane. Dualism is fantastic, okay? Look at this. The Hittites are currently getting 20 science per turn from dualism, and you want him to build a bunch of temples everywhere? Of course, yes, we're going to get the Jebel Barkal, but he had dualism on his nation for like the last, I don't know, 20 turns, giving him 10 to 20 science. Science now is better than science, 15 turns from now when we finished a wonder. Yeah, no, for Jebel specifically, I get it. Even so. You do make a good point. Revelation would be nice. Maybe with Christianity, he goes Revelation for the orders. That would make sense. But dualism on your first religion, I totally get. I think the double state religion play could pay off. I just think the prioritization was wrong. Those civics should be focusing on 7 laws, which, again, it doesn't matter now. He needs the culture. We need Citadel in the capital. We need Citadel down in Hopisna.
Just one more thing that's looking in Sabertooth's favor here is 48 orders per turn versus 37 per turn. So order advantage here.
Whoa, yeah, we have a massive spike here in the last several turns for Egypt as well. I did notice a moment ago with his polytheism, he went around and added an order shrine everywhere. So I guess he also has swapped to monotheism. And yes, that's exactly what he did. And of course, he has divine rule as well. So with his last effort before swapping into monotheism, he added that order shrine in every, or most of his cities anyway, and gave himself an extra 0.5 orders in all cities, and then went and got the monotheism boost. We're doing exactly what I thought he would do, and he's
very nice play. Yeah,
checking. Yes, it's a good combo there. Good foresight and planning, and he's taking a peek in the center of the map with his scout. Definitely going to want to see this force march to safety. Tyranny is making most of his economy right now, so I could understand not bothering to create. Do we have an attack? We have an attack.
Yeah, we have a mounted lancer moving in the north here.
Yep, so. And look at this. He's just going to delete that unit.
Oh.
All right. Blaj is officially out of time.
Yep.
And the zealot on this ballista can attack both fronts and respond. I would not be surprised if he leaves this behind and waits for Blaj to make a movement. Unfortunately, now that I'm aware of the culture situation in Adana, I just feel there's no response to this.
Yeah. Likely a matter of time here, and just the positioning for Egypt where they can threaten from multiple directions is gonna really force Blaj into difficult decisions.
Yeah,
and that's like decisions under pressure is where I feel a lot of tactical errors can come into. So
yeah, unfortunately, I really just think he's screwed either way because he can't attack into this north.
No.
Egypt is just going to be able to come down south and start wiping out units. And then even if Blaj tries to retreat and consolidate, then this battalion of mounted lancers can hunt everything down.
Yeah.
This is a problem. Blaj is out of time. Very beautiful session from him, though. Very great play, good recovery. Unfortunately, now noticing that culture situation in his strongest cities, he just doesn't have a path to get his own A-strength units. Again, I'm pretty sure if he had a citadel in Hattusa, he could build the units in Halab, Maladia, and Adana, and then send them back to the cap for an upgrade. It would be very expensive, but I think that would work, if I recall correctly. But yeah, no, I think this is the end of days for the Hittite Empire.
Yeah. I noticed he rushed out an apprentice officer.
Yeah.
In culture that turn, so maybe a bit of some reacting now.
Oh,
this is scary up north here.
Wait a minute. So the only other thing I could think of is exactly happening right now. You don't have 12 turns. This is a big bummer. Blaj does not have 12 turns, but he is staring at infantry square in his hand. He's researching it right now. That could. Oh my god. Pikemen would destroy mounted lancers.
I've been keeping my eye on pikemen the whole game and just feeling like, it's way too far off. But now we actually have the capacity to research it.
Had I clocked the situation better as Blaj, I wouldn't even bothered getting sovereignty or monacism or anything. I would have just gotten... He'd had access to battle line this entire time. I literally would have just done battle line infantry square because you probably would have had it by now, even if the research time took longer than the 12 turns it taken now. Even if it was like 16 turns, we could have started at 16 turns ago. Oh my god, that's so heartbreaking. That is so heartbreaking. That is the potential to save his game, and it's just too far away. Kudos to Sabertooth for not waiting any longer. He upgraded all of those units, and he went in.
I agree. Yeah.
Oh, Pikemen would have murdered. I'm pretty sure Pikemen do something like 12 damage to a mounted lancer or more.
I believe it would have completely equalized everything.
It's a very large amount. Certainly more than... It's certainly 10 or more. Ugh. Devastating. Devastating to see.
Just waiting to see how he's going to respond here.
Yeah, it's been about a minute or two on the timer, and he hasn't moved yet. And I suspect what he's doing is he's taking his time looking at damage calculations, trying to see, does he have any options here?
Yeah.
And short of running away,
I
don't think he does.
Tactical retreat. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it, really. Like, even with infantry square in play, really, like, can you buy yourself 12 turns?
So this is something interesting I noticed last game is Melodia. Initially, I noticed it was found on the far side of the river. So even, like, tactically retreating, trying to hold, behind the river could have been feasible, but now Melodia is on the wrong side of the river, so it's completely exposed.
Yep.
So he'd have to retreat even deeper into his territory, maybe, I guess, down to maybe Hapala, abandon, and Kua.
Right. So I actually do, oddly enough, like the slinger positioning up here by the horses, because the only other way to buy yourself time is to distract your opponent from the actual objective, right? So, like, Egypt could come in here and just end this by, like, blitzing or murdering stuff, but if you toss out the occasional slinger here and there while backing up your main army, backing up these, let's not forget, axes, I'm pretty sure, can upgrade to pikemen. So if you just slowly retreat all of your melee while just kind of tossing in slingers and this militia for Blaj to kill, maybe he does buy himself 12 turns and mass upgrade to pikes and just turn around and murder Sabertooth.
Yeah, he does. So he does have access to macemen. So these axes can become 8 strength macemen. And he has the economy currently to be able to make those upgrades.
Unfortunately, maces are 6, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
They could. The maces would do some damage to axes. But I don't think we're going to see that level of tactical play here. Because it looks like Blaj is actually going in to fight this. And that's just not going to end well. We do have an Axeman on the board, dead. Oh, devastating. 12 turns. There's going to be so much stuff that dies next turn. This fully promoted mountain
line
lancer.
Of units just kind of sitting in this open field.
Yeah, it's devastating. Devastating. Yeah. Pretty much the minimum damage that this fully promoted mounted lancer can do to pretty much anything is 10 or 11 damage. It can one-shot a militia. Crazy.
Yeah, so a maceman upgrade on the commander unit from Blaj.
Oh, that thing's going to be dead instantly, and it's going to get enlisted.
Just sitting right in the open.
Oh, that's going to get enlisted next turn. That's...
So we have...
Really sad. Yeah, so really bad.
We have enough civics on the side of Egypt for an enlist this turn.
Oh, let's take a look.
We do.
There is, yes.
544.
Yeah, so I would say there's some tactical misplays here by Blaj. Definitely don't want to send all your units out in the open when the bulk of your opponent's army is ranged units. But as chat mentions, it's really hard to get the heck away from Lancers anyway. So he's probably, I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of those situations where he's probably screwed, like I said, either way. So I guess any last ditch effort that you can attempt. But definitely don't like seeing this mace out in the open here. I fully expect it will get enlisted next turn. And here we are, Sabertooth's turn.
Yeah, in this spot, I really hope Sabertooth does, take his time, plan his attack well. There's still pressure, but he's got a lot of time in the bank too.
Well, I think he wants a maceman to join his side.
Yeah, there we go. think he knew he was going to do that one.
Yeah, he's just gonna need to find the thing that's gonna actually kill it. Right, there's one.
Yeah.
I'd bring an archer for the rest of it. I wouldn't waste another lancer. Yep. Oh, nice. Good job, Sabertooth. Nice.
Done, yeah.
Nice.
Let's see, enlist.
Good job. Cool. Thanks for the maceman. Thanks for the promotions. Rough. Blaj is now weaker, and will only get worse from here. Interesting that he didn't try to enlist the heavy chariot, because come to think of it, he could then march that back and upgrade it, and he would have an 8th strength heavy chariot. He'd have a 3-man.
Oh, you can do that.
Yeah, as long as you have all you need is the citadel. So if you ever if you ever enlist your opponent's unique unit, you can send it back to your territory and upgrade them. It's awesome.
Insult to injury. That would be pretty disgusting.
Yeah, it would be great. And I mean, and the one thing that Sabertooth is missing right now is the ability to route too. So that would solve that too.
100%. Yeah.
That would have been so funny. But I mean, a maceman's going to do some work too. This maceman does 13 damage to this slinger. I mean, like, that's devastating.
And it just tear through.
Yeah. Not looking good. See, and now we have a heavy chariot coming from Adana. As soon as we got our stronghold, we should have been just spamming nothing but heavy chariots. Even out here in the open, even with an 8th strength unit. Let's take a look here, actually. An 8th strength unit, right? So this heavy chariot can still do 5 damage to a mounted lancer. That's not the worst, right?
No.
So if he had a bunch of heavy chariots, it still wouldn't be great, but it'd be a little bit better, right? And then he could put his zealot on the throne and start enlisting mounted lancers.
Yeah, and he's going to be just short to... He might be able to rush the heavy chariot when his turn rolls over, but he might be like just short on civics.
Well, it's because he spent a bunch of civics this turn to rush.
Right.
He has 2 spearmen coming out. I'll be curious to see the work that they can put in, but I don't really see much happening. Especially because that baluster will take out the spears as they show up. And the maceman now, actually. The maceman will do 9 damage to a spear.
Right. And what a way to celebrate Queen Nefertari's Silver Jubilee than to launch a full-out invasion.
Oh,
so
fun.
That is one of the... Yeah.
I really hope he says I hope he starts the ambitions to take a foreign capital just for the theme.
Yeah. That's the roleplay decision. So
I mean, that's the goal, right? So just do it.
Yeah.
Our military efforts must be crushing and acute. I mean, when you have mounted lancers, they're definitely gonna be.
Yeah. Oh, he took the XP on that. So she's 40 XP away from a level up.
Nice.
with that extra 20. Yeah, not a bad choice on that.
We're 4 turns away from that Jebel. We might not even see that Jebel get built.
Oh no. Poor Blaj. All he wanted to see was the Jebel bark.
Yep. All right, so we have more spears in the field. Let's see if they can do any damage here. Yeah, and actually, just as a comparison, our heavy's dead. But our spear that we just built only does 4 damage to a mounted lancer. So out in this open territory, our heavies are actually would put in more work than spears. Yep. That's what you get when you prep yourself with... And this is the new clerics in a nutshell, basically. I'm looking at the order graph right now. Oh, I should probably be watching the battle. Yeah. I get so grumpy at No Legs Kitten because he does the same type of stuff all the time. I'm like, dude, there's literally there's a fight happening right now. I'm like, what do you look? And I just did it. Yeah. I think that, shockingly, is the first time I did it. Normally, I've been on top of it, but yeah. Great. So we got a kill here. We killed 1 axeman.
Yep. 1 axeman, yeah.
We need to start killing lancers. It looks like we'll get one this turn. But yeah, we have another one coming out 4 turns. So yeah, this is just not great.
Oh, not quite there. And with the slinger finishes.
All right.
So
the small victory. We did take out 1 mounted lancer before succumbing to the Egyptian tide. Really disappointing about this infantry square timing. Now that I think of it, I really think that the Hittites could have gotten there in the time frame that we've had.
Yeah, I think if that was a decision made, 10, 15 turns ago, we could have been there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with straight beeline could have done it.
Yeah.
Again, not 100% sure, but I think it's possible. Because this round has gone for about 20 turns. So if you figure... No, it's gone even longer, I think.
Yeah, I think we ended 52?
Yeah.
Turn 51?
Yeah, so it's been about 26 turns. So if you figure about 6-ish turns, 6-ish turns, give or take, on battle line, and then if you can make it to infantry square in about 20 turns, even if it's that long, right? Then it would have been coming down the pipeline right about now. Just in time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That would be a very tough thing to spot. It feels so far down the tech tree.
Yes, of course, 100%. And especially given the nature of the way the tech tree works, it's difficult, I think, for players to conceptualize beelines because the tech tree feels more random than I think it actually is.
I do agree with that, for sure. And I think especially as someone like myself, less experienced than you, that's an easy thing to miss. Like, oh, I can just beeline, battle line, right to infantry square, just dump all my science into that, and then know that I'm going to be able to hold off any kind of timing push.
Yeah.
And then all the work and the resources that have been put into really developing things on the back end in the Hittite economy is protected.
Yeah.
And it comes to bear.
Yeah. And we have someone in chat saying, clicking any tech that takes over 10 turns always feels bad. And yes, I totally feel that. I totally feel that. And that's one of the things that's interesting too. The other weird thing about beelining is that every tech that you're going to research is actually going to take less time than whatever amount of time you initially see when you select it. And if we think about it, the reason for that is how many events in a 10, 15, 20 turn period do we see that come with a science dump?
Yeah. Yeah.
right? So if you get plus 80 science or plus 100 science here or there across 20 turns, well, that 18 turn tech is actually now just a 14 turn tech.
Yeah, that's true. And even like pushing out archives with this, if this was a goal in mind, it
Yeah.
definitely would have been doable well before
Oh, yeah.
turn 79 where we are by pushing out archives and
Yeah.
just like making that is my goal right now.
Yeah. It's nice to think about because often sometimes I wonder myself, being such a fan of the Mounted Lancer, what specifically is the play to try and shut that down? And maybe I might give myself a round of practice or two seeing. I've never actually beelined. To be honest, I've never straight beelined directly to pikemen before. I've never tried it. In all my time playing, I've never bothered to go directly to pikes.
Yeah, they're pretty scary. Anti-mounted 3 100% melee combat verse mounted units and
Yeah.
Pierce 2. Pierce
Yeah.
at 50%.
That basically makes them 16 strength units to mounted horses. They obliterate horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I might practice that, to be honest. And if I ever see an Egypt player in this tournament, I'll just see if I can pull off a pike beeline.
Yeah, and just mark infantry square right from the start.
Yeah, just go straight for it. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't need laws. I just need pikes.
I don't need unique units. I'm just gonna science my way to my counter, and
literally just get pikes.
it's viable. Yeah, I mean, I've wondered a lot about that during this tournament. That kind of that difference between maybe focusing on tech and just like building higher strength units and not putting so much focus on the laws. And it's interesting to see different games going different ways where it really does become about law timing, and other times it's more about the state of the technology on either side in the turn of aggression.
Of course. You can definitely do a bodkin arrow push. I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that before in games, both single player and in multiplayer. So you can definitely like run up to manor and then try to get bodkin and do like a slinger upgrade to longbows. That's a thing. I've just never done pikes. I've never done pikes. I've never even tried it.
It's like Sabertooth is going battle line.
Makes sense.
Seems a sound choice.
Yeah, he doesn't really need anything else. Doctrine could be nice. Orthodoxy, but he doesn't really. He could keep rushing stuff out. But all right, we're gonna get another mace.
Ooh.
Oh, we don't have the civics.
No, just short. Just barely short. Could have been running councils on the back end here.
Yep, no civics in the events either. So. Yes, Sino, that's true. I talked about it earlier in the video in case you missed it, but if you happen to go back and watch at some point, back when Sabertooth just had light chariots, I did a little demonstration that basically detailed that he has a zealot on the throne. A light chariot can essentially clear this entire map with a forced march, and that's what makes the Egyptian unit particularly deadly, is it can basically be anywhere at all times. Very, very difficult to deal with logistically. There are definitely units that are stronger in terms of raw power. Kind of like the inverse is Assyria's siege towers are just absolutely devastating to deal with when you're under attack. But similarly, they can't really move anywhere. Well, the reverse is true with Egypt. The reverse is true with Egypt, where they don't really have any combat bonuses, but they can just move everywhere, and it's terrifying. That's hilarious. Yes. Now, it's always annoying when your opponent has a really good leader and they just won't die.
Indeed, she is scary. Ruthless magic practitioner.
Yep. With Heckler and Highlander.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
So curses coming from Blaj. I don't know. I don't know if that's a sign of strength or panic.
Shockingly, they're similar again in power. I mean, it's going to go down this turn, but they're still similar. So kudos to Blaj for withstanding these assaults. I'm really impressed by this.
Yeah, I feel like we've traded 3 for 3 on the last 2 turns.
And
so
I'm not really feeling Sabertooth's positioning here.
Yeah, I was actually going to... Obviously, I want to see the turns play out here, but pick your brain a bit about how you would approach this tactically, Sion. Like, would it be a concentration of forces in the north, or would it be splitting forces, or just trying to drive right through the middle?
With the order economy that I have now, I think I would have done the thing where I talked about. I probably would have, because Egypt has the orders for it, I would have taken all 6 Lancers, literally went right around this whole battlefield to the back, because then,
Bombing through.
then Hittites are forced to do one of two things. Either go deal with the Lancers that are destroying their core, which even if I lose, let's say half of the Lancers or even all of them, well, then what am I doing in the meantime? I'm coming up with spears, archers, and axes and my ballista, and I'm actually taking these frontline cities while also building mounted Lancers in the back to reinforce that initial assault. So it's never really the best idea to split up your forces. It's something that Fluffy says is awful, but I have... there's been a couple of games. I actually did this with the Hittites in one game in a duel. I got to 6 strength. I got to the heavy chariots first. And a very similar scenario, but obviously way early in the game, just before my opponent started getting spears online, what I ended up doing was I used my scouts and I looked all across their empire and I started hunting down their warriors to prevent them from... So they couldn't upgrade. Just doing... Even just putting 1 damage on a warrior was enough to prevent them from upgrading that next turn. So I just kind of fanned out and started hitting everything, and it was just so hard to be... It was easy for me to be everywhere, but so much harder for my opponent to be everywhere because they didn't have any mounted units or anything, and no roads at that point in the game. It was just awful. So
death by 1,000 cuts, like all these little wrenches in the spokes of... Yeah, that's frustrating to be on the receiving end of that too. That's tilting.
So I definitely think between a strong tactical opponent, there's certainly risk involved, but one of my favorite things to use the Lancers specifically for is basically blitz tactics. Just force your opponent to move around, especially if your order economy is better. So we have 60 orders per turn. There's no reason why these chariots can't just be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
But of course, focusing fire is fine too. It does look like he did a really nice dent here, but for a second there, it looked like he was putting himself into a kill box. Chat's asking if Sabertooth can still lose. I'm not 100% sure, but surprises have happened. I mean, he still has 22 orders left.
Yeah, he's got so many orders.
Crazy.
He has a few units down here by Tepihu as well.
Yep.
He can move up and start threatening the underbelly of Vancouver. So splitting Blaj even more.
Yeah, and it just takes so much damage to kill even 1 Lancer, though. It's just so hard.
Yeah.
And it's for that reason why the Blitz wouldn't really scare me too much, because... I'll show it next turn for chat. But all of these horses can force march all the way to the capital. And these spears can't even get halfway.
Yeah, it's tough to see any real meaningful response from Blaj here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be over in just a couple of turns. He might even just be waiting for kicks for his Jebel Barkle to pop up.
That's true. That's true. What do we have?
Just to say that he did it.
3 turns. I think it'll be 2 when it rolls over.
Yeah.
So he may yet see it. You can hold on. Oh, yeah.
All right. So for a chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, just as an example, this is the distance this Lancer could make, which means it could force march all the way to any one of these cities. You know, do 2 damage, or 3 or 4 damage on any one of these cities. So you can blitz in here and shut down their production with, 5 or 6 Lancers. If we then compare to the Hittites, even though they actually have some roads set up, these spears couldn't even get to the capital. So that's one of the reasons why I think that efficiency there is so strong, because literally Sabertooth could just decide to eject all of these Lancers from this fight and just destroy the Hittite economy shut down every city, and none of the Hittite units would be able to respond. And even if they do, then let's look at the damage, right? One spear can do what, 5 damage? So even if you you need to get like 4 units per Lancer in order to kill it.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, so these Lancers could take out Hippolyta. It's 4 damage each. So what's that? 6, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mounted Lancers can topple a city instantly. That's all you need. So literally just force march down here, take Hippolyta. Force march over here. How much damage do we do over here? Yep, another 4 damage. Take 2 Anua. Literally just blitz, 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 and your opponent can't do anything about it. Like, what are they going to do? And that, to all the people who happen to be watching this podcast, is why I think this unit is the best unit in the game. Which I could be wrong about, but it's certainly my personal favorite unit. You just need 5 of them, and you can make a kingdom collapse in 10 turns. You don't even need to fight the battle. Just go around it. Go around the battle. But of course, this doesn't work in every map, right? There could be massive choke points. We've totally seen maps that have huge choke points, so you can't go around. But if you can go around, then just go around. Yeah. Someone saying the same reason why horsemen dominate Civ 6 in duels. I've never played Civilization multiplayer, but sure, I can see why. Mm-hmm. The great thing about that, though, in this context, is that you don't just... one thing I do remember about Civ 6 is, like, you can just get horsemen, just by going through the tech tree. Of course, to get your law timing and your mounted lancers, there's way more investment involved. You need the culture, you need all the laws, you need the production, you need the resources. So, thankfully... there is time enough to prepare for such a devastating assault, but certainly if someone makes their law timing before you're ready, it can be devastating to deal with. And that can be true with any faction, really. Siege towers are a nightmare to deal with, too. You can't kill them. They take no damage. They're tanks. Not looking so hot. I mean, he's not in that much of an order deficit. Only 10 orders down, Blaj. But he just doesn't have the units.
Yeah, lost 5 units last turn.
Yeah, that's rough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The Hittites have exactly 17 units left. 3 of them are militia. Thankfully, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them are spears, so I mean that's not the worst thing. But you have ballistas and axes that you're going against, and that's just not great. I think the Egyptian war machine is going to win this for sure. 9 turns on infantry square, though. I mean, boy, wouldn't that be something if we could actually pull that off?
Yeah, if he could hold off. It's seeing Sabertooth is mostly in full military production, which is good to see to plug in any gaps on the front line.
Oh, yeah. I really think as soon as this game is over, I'm going to go see how quickly I can get to infantry square in a game. I'm really curious.
Square beeline tech, yeah.
This has me intrigued.
Yeah, I guess it's just a straight line right through trapping, mill drill, steel, battle line, infantry square.
Yeah. Yep. Certainly easy to pull off. It just takes a lot of science.
Yeah.
1600. Oh, I'm not gonna do it now. Sorry, we're watching a battle.
Yeah.
I did it again. My bad, guys. Alcaris will know. Alcaris has a little calculator that can tell us right now how much science it is to get straight to free square. Why don't you do that for us, buddy? All right. So we got 3 kills this turn. I mean, we're racking them up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, none of the things we're killing are the most dangerous unit the Egyptians have.
Yeah, I feel like Sabertooth positioned pretty nicely on that turn, where it was a little harder to get into the mounted lancers.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Blaj responding. Still keeping a pretty even kill count between turns, I think.
Yep.
But yeah, these stronger units sticking on the field, that's the problem here.
Yeah. Yep. One more turn on a heavy chariot. That could be great. I mean, we don't have enough damage out. Maybe if you could take some turn whittling down these lancers and Sabertooth gets cocky here, you could come in with a massive route chain. But I just don't think that that's going to be in the cards. We're back to Sabertooth now. Likely going to go full on the offensive, and we got enlist another.
And another enlist. Okay. So getting a bit.
Oh man, brutal.
Yeah.
Yep. Zealot doing zealot things. We've seen that a lot in this tournament. Certainly a very powerful archetype. It's just really fires on all cylinders. It gets you that extra fatigue across all units. It lets you rush units with training, which is a very expendable resource, and you can enlist units. It's just what a devastating. Yes. That tactical routine. Blaj is realizing he probably should have disengaged from this fight, bought himself more time.
Yeah. It's so hard to see. It's so hard to see that opportunity, or to be in that mindset of tactical withdrawal.
Yeah. Nice. Yep. So chat says 2,800 science for Axum, Assyria, or Egypt to get to infantry square. And I suspect it would just take a little bit longer for the other factions since they don't start with ironworking. Blaj was not expecting 5 mounted lancers. Probably wasn't keeping his eyes on that law count.
Yeah, that seems like it could be what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that little mouse over is so important.
Indeed. Well, as players in the tournament, hopefully, take their time and their curiosity and watch a couple of these matches. Hopefully they'll get a little bit of insight to the importance of that law timing, because I do think it is the fastest way to get a 8 strength unit into the game.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who's engaging, even just in a minor way with these games and the content, I think anyone who likes Old World is probably learning a lot. I'm learning so much watching these games.
Yeah. Honestly, even I am. There's a handful of things that I'm learning stuff, or at the very least, if I'm not learning something specifically, like something new, I'm getting a wealth of new ideas of strategy stuff. I saw somebody. I love starting with the judge. I love starting with the judge as a starting archetype.
Yeah.
But I never thought of starting myself with a loyal judge for extra income, and I saw somebody do that in the tournament so far, and I just love that as an idea. So
right.
So even I'm.
Yeah, I recall that. I feel like that was the Carthage.
Yeah, with Carthage. Yeah, with Carthage.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're going to be buying mercs, then loyal definitely makes sense as a bonus, regardless of what archetype. But you already get extra discipline by being a judge too. So a loyal judge or a loyal builder would make sense in that context.
Yeah. Yeah, some really clever stuff coming out. It's always exciting when a match starts of like, okay, what's the play? What have they been theory crafting? Because I know some people are really like going in the tank theory crafting some wild starts, and
Yeah.
I've done a couple practice duels with people where I'm like, whoa, okay, you had this plan coming in, and I was your punching bag.
Oh yeah, but honestly, it's been great to see because one of the things we wanted in this tournament was to get people involved playing multiplayer, and I think
Yeah,
the best thing about this tournament, oddly enough, hasn't even been the tournament games. It's the fact that the the Discord is currently filled with players looking for multiplayer matches because they all want to
yeah,
practice. They all want to practice.
yeah. And I think at the end of it, people like myself and others, we're going to be left with the bug of like, hey, who wants a match? I
Yeah.
got some time.
Oh,
Let's
totally,
play.
totally.
Let's
It's
play network.
yeah,
Like it's always exciting.
yeah.
And
And the other nice thing too, it's doable. I think there's this concept that
yeah,
like even though that the games are long, and yes, maybe it's going to take a few hours and a couple of different sessions, it's still you can still organize that. You know,
yeah,
play for 3 hours on a Tuesday or 2 hours on a Tuesday, and then finish up another 2 hours on Sunday. No big deal.
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it is totally doable. And I
Yeah.
think even as people get better, it's like the games can get shorter. And
Yes, we'll
I
see
mean,
that.
I'll
Yeah.
say I've had some very short duels. My first ever practice duel was very, very short.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
and
lost
we'll
horribly.
we'll
So
even see that as the more experienced players face off against each other. There was concern
mhm,
about map sizes, right? You know, tiny maps and ultra wide aspect ratios. But Fluffy
right.
Bunny just played an ultra wide game, and the game
I
was over
saw
in
that.
less. It was over in less than 2 hours. But of
That
course
was
it
a wild game.
yeah, but of course it was because it's like Fluffy. Fluffy's playing, and of course he can end a game in 2 hours. But even
Yeah.
Alcaraz and myself, Alcaraz and I can play. We never use a turn timer. We can end a game in 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
So yes, games will definitely speed up with more experience. All right, we're making devastating blows here. Sorry, getting carried away with the conversation. We're still weaker on Blaj, but I feel like he's seeing the writing on the wall here, giving his conversation here. And it's just going to be so difficult to overcome these Lancers. He's being swarmed by Egypt at this point. Lost 5 units last turn. Just devastating,
Yeah.
devastating attack. And
Oh yeah, and we do have that attack coming up at the underbelly of Ankua in the south as well. So pressure all around here.
yep, yeah,
That's one of the things, as far as tactics go, that I've been noticing or thinking a bit more about. Of like in situations like this, like not prioritizing taking cities, which feels like kind of coming from single player, it feels like that's the objective. But
hmm
actually, just being able to push right through, right past cities, and taking out units, like that's what's gonna win these games, I find.
yes. And you'll see that a lot in the duels. Some players literally just ignore the cities and they just make sure
Yeah,
they can kill the army because that's the thing. Once your army is dead, once the opponent's army is dead, what are they going to do?
they'll sit in the city and
Yeah,
wait to die. Yeah.
and in
That's one
all,
of the things I identified in my match in reviewing is I kind of threw everything into taking a city, and if I had to just moved right past it, it would have gone completely differently.
yep,
So
you definitely want to make sure that either your opponent is in full retreat to the point where you literally just can't reach their units, they're just running away into their territory, or if there's army around, kill all of it. Kill all of it before you
yes.
start taking
Yeah.
cities.
Yeah.
The only thing to worry about in terms of city presence is build queue. So I do like to try and put a little bit of damage on cities that way to force a repair or
Right.
to prevent rushing. We have a nice route here. We have the ability, I think, yes, I think we're going to take out this
Oh.
ballista, which will be nice. Better than nothing, right?
Can we get enough damage
We're
with the
gonna,
zealot?
yep, no, with the spear, the heavy, and this slinger over here should be enough.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Yep. But then that'll be it. And of course, Zealots being super annoying. You can never route through them unless you want to waste an entire attack from your horse unit. Nice to see a high value kill. Still 3 kills this turn for the Hittites. So honestly, I'm really impressed with the resilience here from Blaj. I've kind of been viewing this a little bit as a foregone conclusion, which I feel bad about, but he's really been staking his claim on the map, holding his ground, and we're gonna, yeah, wow. So Sabertooth took 4 kills. Sorry, Sabertooth took 5 kills last round, and Blaj is actually taking 4 kills in response.
Yeah, yeah, really impressive defense.
Yep. How many? Let's take a look here. I'm curious how many mounted lancers are left. Still 5.
Yeah, so there was one just upgraded
Wow.
back in the territory north of Timinhor,
Okay.
and then and then we have two years to one more coming out of there as well.
Okay, so I think in total maybe Blaj has killed at least 1 mounted lancer, but possibly 2. So yeah, he's holding on. He's holding on. I don't know how he's going to get them out in time, but if he can hold on to pikes, especially now that ballista is gone, I think the math on this equation will shift. What Blaj needs to make sure happens is the turn that he gets pikes. He has 1 spearman coming up in 4 turns, and that's pretty much it. He needs to have.
It'd be nice to see some more spearmen coming out.
Yeah, I would like to say that we need at least 2, maybe 3 instantly upgraded pikemen in order to really put a definitive halt to what 5 or more lancers can do. Ultra wide coastal rain basin. Yeah, see, maybe. The thing is that the map is so squished for the ultra wides, and yes, continent is the smallest of the map types in general in this tournament. So I'm responding to chat here in Anarchos.
Yeah.
But the thing about the ultra wides is that you're funneled directly towards each other. There's no top, there's no bottom of the map. So even if it's like a little bit wider and further apart, there's literally nowhere else to go than towards each other. And one game I think is a great example that we've seen here. I'm not going to name the game specifically, but we saw a regular duel, I think, or it might have been tiny map, but it was a square ratio. And you had all this open map, and the players started expanding north and across the map and building this large empire where if they just expanded towards each other, the game would have been over in like 60 turns. Hey, Fluffy Buddy. Yes, we have 1 heavy chariot under production. Fortunately, we're prioritizing spears here as well. I think both are good calls. The heavy is necessary. I think the idea behind the spears is hoping that if we actually can survive to infantry square timing, maybe we can get some upgrades. We're now in a position where we're upgrading to militia. So that act of desperation is taking place. And hopefully, as long as Egypt keeps trying to kill stuff, it still can buy turns.
Retreat and heal there. Yeah. I think definitely prioritizing killing the heavy chariot here. Yeah.
Rinchwood, another thing about this is I think it's going to come down to player skill too. And yes, I definitely think we have a lot of newer players in the tournament. So yes, there is a risk of longer games, but I can clear a ultra wide coastal rain basin map in 50 turns. So it just depends. It's a bunch of variables. But sure, yes. If you want quicker games, then absolutely don't pick wider maps. Or at the very least, stick to dual rather than tiny.
Yeah, and one note about this, I'm not sure about the experience of Blaj, but I know Sabertooth, this is his first real online game, and he was a fill-in, like a last-minute fill-in for the
Yes,
tournament. So
yes.
it's been a really nice showing from him.
Yes, absolutely. That is actually worth mentioning. I remember I reached out to him specifically to try to get him to fill in. He was hesitant to join
Nice.
because of lack of experience, and he's doing quite well.
Yeah.
And apparently he's done pretty decent in some of his practice games as well. He's got a couple of practice games in.
He has. Yeah, I did 1 or 2 with him, and yeah, he's in the lab for sure. He's really invested, which is cool to see.
Yeah. Yep, it's really cool. And that's the kind of energy that's been really fun about this tournament, is seeing all the players getting amped and hyped for the whole format, the arena, and then just, again, diving into those practice matches. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're on 4.5 hours for this stream.
That's true. Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing endurance from our players. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt, hey.
I suspect both players at this point are fully committed to the game, because there's probably a question of, how close are we to actually ending it? And I've found myself in situations like this in duels before too, where I'm essentially the Hittites, right? Where I have this last ditch Hail Mary. I'm just hanging on. Can I get to infantry square? Can I get pikes? And then the question of, even if I do, what impact is that actually going to have? Because I don't know. I won't know once the pikes are actually in the field.
Right.
So sometimes your opponent might be thinking, well, dude, what the hell? Why aren't you surrendering? And it's like, oh, no, I'm just hanging on. I have this idea, and hopefully it'll work.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one more card to play. Let me just get it on the table and then decide.
Yeah. So kudos for the endurance on Blaj here, because definitely easy. It's that mental game that we could talk about. You can see those 5 Lancers. You can lose a bunch of units, and you can think, well, this is it. I'm screwed. But he's staring at infantry square. He's halfway there. He's thinking, I have maybe one shot here.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm really impressed with Blaj defending here and playing on a few more turns, and seeing if he can push into that.
We are 1 turn on the Jebel, so I am curious to see if he just surrenders after he finishes it.
That could just be it too. Yeah.
Like, I just wanted to build my Jebel.
Yeah.
Let's see what Egypt is researching right now. Still battle line, I think, right? Yep, 2 turns from battle line. All right, coming up with some more mounted lancers from behind, starting to damage those cities. This will be the conclusion of Sabertooth's turn, so we'll be back to Blaj in 1 second. Oh, look at that awful damage. Look how much damage that Lancer does to that city.
That is brutal.
I don't know when you started playing this game, but were you around when units could crit cities?
No.
Oh, it wasn't always like that, but then Mohawk changed it for last year. And so for 8 to 10 months, units could crit cities, and it was the dumbest.
Oh,
it was the most insane thing.
Oh.
Thankfully, I whined about it a lot. It took a lot of effort on my part, but thankfully they reverted that change, because I mean, this city doesn't even need to get crit, and you can just wipe it.
Yeah.
With 1 attack. One shotting it. Yeah.
When RNG is unfun.
Yeah.
Because that's a hard thing to balance. Like any RNG in a game, it's like you can make the argument it makes it less fun or less I don't know, competitive in a sterile way, but a situation like that, that's just clearly I don't think that's fun for anyone.
Yeah. Also, my issue was it basically made siege irrelevant. If I can walk up with
Right.
like a cavalry unit or a cataphract or something and one shot a city, then why the hell do I need to build onagers?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm really curious what Blaj will decide to do here. You could keep attempting to get more kills, or he could try to run back into his empire and hold out.
He is short to rush the heavy chariot in Adana. So that's unfortunate. Could rush the spearmen in Halab up here.
I think this mountain city up here, Zatawawa, however you say that, I think that's the one you probably want to retreat from. Just a really tough spot to be in, because Lancers can go everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like he's given up on that, and he's just trying to push out an archive if he can. Just get a little bit of something out of it. 10 science, just for the road.
That would be funny. I mean, like, honestly, every little bit of science towards Infantry Square helps, right? So I don't blame him.
I see he switched it, but I would have appreciated that.
Yeah, no, I dig it. Imagine
I'll take my 10 science.
Yeah.
It's a small consolation, but I walk away with something.
Yep, as much as you can get. All right. I really appreciate the militia here, because again, hopefully we're just putting bodies into the field that Egypt will waste time killing.
Yeah.
That's one of the exceptions to the whole kill the army rule. If you're seeing a bunch of militia, well, now you just start taking cities.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Brutal, brutal conflict. I'm really, really impressed by the fact that Blaj has hung on so much.
Yeah, and he's still getting kills every turn, so yeah.
Even in the face of dealing with an enlist as well. You've had 2 or 3 macemen go over to Egypt.
Yeah. Just upgrading axemen into macemen just to give to Egypt.
Which is unfortunate.
Like, it takes mental fortitude to push past that once and then twice and 3 times. It's like, yeah, well done.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate too, because if he wasn't trading those units to the other side of, to the other player, this fight probably could have even gone better for him.
I agree. Yeah. Seeing a bit of a tactical withdrawal now to Milidia.
Yep.
And this is that spot where if the city had been found on the other side of the river, it could help a little bit, but kind of putting off the inevitable.
Yep. I'm going to be very, very curious on the tactical response from Egypt here.
Yes.
He still does. These damn Lancers still do 7 damage to spears in these urbans. 10 to the slinger. Gross. A strength units, man, they're really good. Just 7 turns until Infantry Square comes online. Doing a festival here, and I don't know why. Honestly, instead
autonomous rule.
In
Hapala?
No, Ugarit's doing a festival. Oh. So, one thing though, going back to the conversation we had about archives, if you're trying desperately to get to a destination, we still have an Archive 2 and an Archive 3 that we could do in Hattusa. I would 100% be doing this. This is an extra 50 science you could get. 2 from the archive, 2 from this one, 20 from this one, and then 30 from the Archive 3. And how about down here? Yeah, I'd do the same thing. 2 turns to an archive. Literally, I would, any place that still has archives left to build, I would be building archives right now. You could easily shave at least 1 more turn off of Infantry Square. And for those wondering in chat or watching on YouTube, that is a great example of the use case of the archive project. Gets you to a specific destination as fast as possible.
And I haven't quite been watching your stream, but let's make sure we get some eyes on the beautiful Jebel Barkal, which has finished.
Okay, we did it, guys. We pulled it off. The Jebel
We,
Barkal has been
we
completed.
got it. It looks great.
It's beautiful. I actually think that's one of the prettier wonders in the game.
It is. It looks gorgeous.
And now we should have our temples all around, giving the Hittites 60 orders per turn. It's now Egypt's turn. I just want to do a quick look here. Yeah, Egypt kind of jumped up. Sorry, Hittites jumped up. All right, let's take a look at what Egypt's going to do on their turn. Blaj is still only weaker. Not much weaker yet. Look at this power score. Damn. Really impressive. Because obviously the Hittites are down low, but have tanked the Egyptian power as well. Alright, looks like Egypt's coming south. These militia may buy Blaj a turn if Egypt decides to come down here and kill every one of them.
Yeah, I would like to see on the back end some more mounted lancers coming out as well. From Tamina, where there's a worker queued up, but we might see that switch. Or even just running councils to try to get our civics up for enlisting as well.
Yeah.
Jewish disciple defending.
It looks like this session is actually going to come to a close.
Okay.
From what I can tell in their chat. It looks like this is the last turn, and we're going to go into a third and final session. Crazy. No, I love it. I mean, really.
Holding the line. Yeah.
Honestly, seriously, huge. Whatever happens, however this turns out, amazing performance by Blaj, and wonderful, resilient for even ending this session here and not saying, "Hey, whatever, I quit." So really great endurance. Hate to every spear that we see go down breaks my heart, because that's one less spear we have to upgrade to a pikeman.
Stronghold.
Blaj just wants more time.
A bit more time.
Be like, come back in 6 turns, please. Or, no, come back in 8 turns, please. Alright, there goes a slinger. Great. Anything but a spear. Oops. Alright, there's another one. Alright, Egypt has transitioned into much stronger territory.
Yeah, so 508 power ranking for Blaj versus 1010 on the military score.
Yep, that's terrible.
Even getting the militia in there. So Sabertooth is throwing everything in.
Definitely the play. It's definitely in his favor.
For sure. Yeah.
So close. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
how true that is about what Blaj just said about needing to retreat away. He definitely needed to buy more time and retreat, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like these cities would have fallen instantly, and he would have just been fighting this battle at Maladia instead of Ankua and the
Yes.
Tawawa.
Likely. Yeah.
Really tricky spot with the mobility that Egypt has. Yep. Definitely Blaj's call if he wants to try and hold out for 8 more turns. I won't fault him for either decision. Nice. That is some serious endurance. Really impressive.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends in 20 minutes in the next session, it ends in 20 minutes. Who cares? That's awesome. That's some fight.
Yeah, I like it. It makes me think of what Fluffy Bunny said. I caught something at the beginning of one of the first matches. Basically, like, you don't know what's going to work until you commit fully to it. So
Yes. 100%.
for him to commit fully to this defense and this idea of infantry square, like, that's how you learn and that's how you see what's possible. And yeah,
Right.
I like that.
Yeah, nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that. Stay in the game as long as you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, if you're just trolling your opponent, and I mean, no one should be like, hey, screw you, capture every one of my cities. But I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. Like drawing it out, just make them suffer. That's, yeah.
that would just be annoying. Of course, I mean, if you want to do that, you can. But I mean, I think as a general courtesy, if it's over, it's over. But I mean, even this does look pretty over. However, 7 turns, a lot can happen in 7 turns. You know, and players can mess up. So if you get pikes into the field, maybe you come back. I don't.
For sure.
I don't see that really happening, but I mean, fingers crossed, I guess. All right, so we're going to end the stream here. To all the viewers, thanks for watching. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. Please like, please subscribe. Please go around to all the other content creators or watch the playlist and give us all a follow. And Anarchos, thanks for being with us.
Hey, thanks for hosting the stream, and yeah, it's been a joy co-commentating this game with you, and had a great time. And thanks everyone for watching later or watching live.
Yep. And
Take care.
Anarchos is diving right in. He's going to be set up to be able to start streaming his own matches as commentator if he wants. He was supposed to host today, but a little bit of an issue there. But yeah, no. So I look forward to you joining in and helping us out. We definitely need the coverage.
Awesome. Yeah. No worries. It's been really fun.